days. So stand by for some wonderful racing today, a lot at stake. And we're keenly anticipating some of the major races today. Good luck, everyone. First up, we have that 18 and under women's K4 500. We have Australia in lane 2, then Poverty Bay, Arawa, Eastern Bay, Wanganui and Mana. Mana in the outside in lane 7.
Just going to pop in here, John. There's some perfect conditions. Look at this nice tailwind puffing down the course. We're going to be in for some fast times if these conditions keep up.
It would be nice if the forecast was for it to stay this way.
And do you know the forecast?
Yeah, it might get wet, but I'm not sure. It's the wind, of course, that's the main factor, isn't it?
Yeah, we train in the wind. We train because we know one day we'll be competing. So we train for the headwinds, side winds. They're the lovely little puffy tailwind coming down the course. And it looks nice and even. There's no glassy spots. I think way up there, Mana got a few, they'll be going paddling through a few glassy spots there as we're coming down for the lineup. Looks like they're all in the starters' hands. Australia is closest to us.
It's Bailey, Gents, Lowry and Raywood from Australia in the inside lane, lane 2. A strong Arawa lineup, of course, with Chloe Arcoy and Leah McCullum, Natasha McGibbon. Here they go. This is the beginning of the 2023 NZCT New Zealand and Oceania Canoe Sprint Championships and Asia Pacific, and we'll keep you in touch with what's happening in those other competitions, the Asia and Pacific and Oceania Championships, as well as watching these national titles be decided.
Australia in lane 2 here, gosh, they've jumped out nicely, and I can see even from this long distance that timing looks absolutely perfect. And I think probably over there for Eastern Bay I was doing well, but I just think at the early stages here, coming up with 2:50 to go, it's going to be Australia by a good clear boat length, and I can just see them settling down now. They've knocked the pace back, probably 1 or 2 strokes a minute. I think, John, they're going to pick this up again. They'll do a nice little kick, probably with about 200 to go.
That's a big lead.
That is a good lead.
From them was quite sensational. They were out so quickly. As you said, John, once they got that break out, they settled down nicely and they look smooth and controlled here with a boat length in front of Arawa, who are finishing strongly. Eastern Bay out in lane 5. They're the first 3 at the moment. Well, this is a sign of what we might see from this Australian team. There's about 35 or so Aussies here looking to make an impression as they also look towards events such as the World Championships and the World Under-23s and Juniors. And this is a very impressive finish by them too, all the way.
All the way. It's coming into the finish line. That's a good 2 clear boat lengths ahead, so well done to Australia coming in there. And it looks like over there the Arawa crew coming in.
Arawa second, and Eastern Bay pick up the 3rd placing.
So well done to Australia there. They look very strong right from the start.
Wanganui, Mana and Poverty Bay. So that's an indication of what we're going to see today, everyone. Really good burst out from the start from the Australians, and they win the first race here. Coming up next, it's the Open Men's K1 1000, 4 heats.
This is going to be an exciting race, the first one, Open Men's K1 1000, just looking down there in lane 3 from Poverty Bay, Quade Thompson, and also in there,
title holder Ben
McCallum from Waitoa. So anyway, we'll move on through. Nobody in lane 1, so Waitoa. We have Noah Andrews, as I say, lane 3, Quade Thompson, lane 4, Kaya Gilbertson. In lane 5, Ben McCullum, the title holder from the Waitara Club. So 2 lads from Waitara in there. Dane Worcester from the Bay of Plenty. Emma Kemp from Mana, and international flavour Zico Vesley from Australia. Now, John, just before we start this, how does this, when we have Australians or international go, if they get a placing?
Well, they'll stand up and get the medals.
Yeah, they'll get the medal.
Of course, as it's a national event, the national placings, the New Zealand competitors will fill the first 3. As they in the order that they finish. So if a New Zealander finishes second, they still get the national title. And so on.
Yeah. All right. So I don't think any of our Kiwi competitors will sit back and say, "Oh, that's Australia up there, so I'll take it easy. I'll be in for the title." I don't any more than if we were over there, the Australians would do it to us. Yeah.
So we have now the women coming back from that first event, the 18 and under women's K4 500, which was won by Australia. And looking way down the course, can we see the men lining up ready for the first heat? Get that to you in a tick as soon as they're ready to go, so will we be.
Folks, I'm going to draw your attention to lane 7 here. We've got Emma Kemp, young lady there, racing, rubbing shoulders there with all the blokes. Kudos to you, Emma. I've never ever seen this happen before. After all, it is an open event, and we've just got to start there, because Emma, coming from a good marathon background, this long distance race suits her. And as we're not racing any of the ladies officially over the 1,000, she's decided to enter into this over there in lane 7, and it looks like she's had a great start. John, from this distance, it's pretty hard looking dead on, isn't it? But I would probably give that lane 2. Looks like they've jumped out there, which is of course Quade Thompson, and would expect that, and maybe Ben McCullum from lane 5.
Well, we know what he's like, and great win in this national final last year against quality opposition like Ben Duffy and James Monroe, who were the other medalists last year. The Emma Kemp one is interesting because there's no 1,000 races, as you've mentioned, for women, but there are 1,000 events at under 23 Worlds, and she's setting her sights high, and this is a sort of competition that she needs if she's going to contest big events overseas. Let's see how she goes with this. So Noah Andrews, Quade Thompson, Kaya Gilbertson, McCullum is in lane 5, he's the title holder.
Out there,
to be out.
Yeah, lane 8. Vesley from Australia also doing very well. Looks like we've almost got a racing final for the first heat.
Gosh, yeah. So Quade Thompson, member of the New Zealand team, of course, he's in fine form. He looks to be settling in nicely there in lane 3, second from the inside. Alongside of him, that's Gilbertson, then McCallum. So you can see Thompson, McCallum and Vesley, they're the three who are showing up as they go through that 500.
Gosh, Quaid's looking very strong. I don't think his stroke has faltered at all from this distance as they're approaching the 250 mark. So these guys will be settling down now. Quaid's only going to be looking over his right shoulder. And if he probably senses a wee attack coming, I think he's got that covered, John.
Yeah, he's got to look a fair way out, doesn't he, out to the outside lane to the Aussie, Zico Vesley, who also looks pretty controlled out there. All these competitors knowing this is just the heat.
Yes.
They want to get to that next stage. Thompson looking really smooth now. This is lovely from Quaid Thompson in lane 2. Poverty Bay.
Young Kayak Gilbertson also having a great race there, stepping up into the opens. He's still age group athlete, but Quaid's buttoned this right off now. I'd expect that with a good racing head like him.
Yep.
As the adage goes, we don't win medals in the heats.
That's right. And Gilbertson he's finishing hard too, isn't he? Quite enjoying this being in the zone in between Thompson and McCallum, two of the favoured competitors here, and coming up and going past Vesley maybe, the Australian. That was what he was setting out to do. Really working hard towards the end, Kayak Gilbertson, but it's going to be in lane 3, Quaid Thompson, Ben McCallum, the defending title holder, and out of lane 4, that's Kayak Gilbertson, 1, 2 and 3 in the first heat.
Lane 7. It's Emma. Well done, Emma.
Wearing the Mana colours. Big.
Lane 2 coming home here from Poverty Bay. That's Noah Andrews from the Waitara Club. Coming down the course now, lane 6, Dane Worcester, Bay of Plenty, Paddle Sports. And so that's our first heat. I think that women's K4, John, set the precedence. That was a great race. Yeah. So we're lining up now for our second heat of the Open Men's K1 1000. Oh, we've got Big Brother of Gilbertson duo, Kalani Gilbertson in lane 1. Ben Duffy from Ottawa, another Australian flavour in lane 3, Jake Morris. Welcome, Jake. Angus Baker from Poverty Bay, lane 4. We've got Tuva Clifton from Oceania in lane 5. Liam Lace from the Wanganui Kayak and Multisport Club in lane 6. Grant Clacy, North Shore, lane 7. And Julian De Silva from Hawke's Bay in lane 8. Nobody out there in lane 9.
Yeah, a good number of competitors though. 4 heats in the men's K1 1000. Now right down the far end, getting ready for this second of the heats. Lane 2, it's Duffy, who won the bronze medal in the national champs last year here over the same weekend, just leading into Anzac Day.
Gosh, I look down that course and I go, man, that's a long way.
Longer than it used to be when you were racing.
Yeah. It seems to be, getting longer.
No, and that's nothing to do with your eyesight.
No, I've got my old man's glasses on. Yeah. Or another clean start. Made long that continue, John. Hope we haven't put our hex on that.
So we're watching for Duffy of Ottawa in lane 2, who's certainly got away well. On the outside too, they're looking fairly streamlined. Who's that out second? North Shore, Grant Clancy.
Yes, I was just going to say that right out there. Just looking here at lane 5 is Tuva Clifton, Samoa descent. He's racing under the Oceania banner flag.
The Australian is Jake Morris. He's in lane 3. We've got competitors from the inside lane, lane 1, right through to 8. And Jake Morris of Australia, here competing in the Oceania division of the championships. It really does look as though out in lane 7 that Grant Clancy is looking quite impressive out there.
Just also down here, I mean this angle's deceptive.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Down here in lane 1 is Kalani Gilbertson. Now he will know Ben Duffy's how great and good he is. So he just said, you know, if I can stick with Ben, I'll be doing all right. Not a bad race plan. It looks like Ben's just walking away slowly here now. Those nice long strokes down here on the inside, well and truly settled in. But I would have to give it to Kalani, also hanging with him.
Yes.
But these two, the inside lanes 1 and 2.
So let's look at them, Kalani Gilbertson, as they come through that past the 500. That's Kalani Gilbertson, Ben Duffy, looking very good, looking to go through to another final. And then back a little bit is Morris, Baker and Clifton in lanes 3, 4 and 5. We come out in lane 6, that's Liam Lace in 6, and in 7 it's Grant Clancy. So Clancy really looking as though he's up in a line with the rest of them, as Duffy just looks to sort of settle down nicely now. Gone through the big work out of the start, a nice start he had. Glancing to his left he'll see Gilbertson, and out to his right he'll see Clancy. De Silva is in the outside lane.
So these guys will be racing through to a plan. They'll know that. Their coaches would have told them that. So maybe first through to a final, or the first 2 go straight through a semi. So they'll all be sitting back. Of course, they'll all be fleshing out one another. They haven't seen one another for quite some time. And just a wee kick there. Did you notice?
Yeah, yes, from Gilbertson.
From Gilbertson. Well done, John. Yeah, you just picked that up. No response there from Ben Duffy. No. So when I see the athletes doing that, I'm pretty certain they would be racing to a plan, saying, hey, the first 2 or the first 3 come through.
But Duffy will be well aware of what's happening out to his right.
Yes.
Just had a wee look out there now. Just doing enough. That's a good confidence booster there for Kalani Gilbertson. He stayed with his game plan, obviously, staying with Duffy. Move up, just give it a bit of a nudge later, and Duffy will probably have a couple of words to him as they come back and say, what was the story, mate? And over on the far side, it was certainly Grant Clancy also finishing well.
These guys have got a big program coming up. I mean, for many of them, it's going to be 4 days of some tough racing. Not to mention the commentary drive too. They've got to put up with that. Put up with that, yeah.
So the lineup for Heat 3 includes James Monroe of Otago in lane 5. He was the silver medalist last time. It's got an Australian in lane 6. That's Emerson Simone. But also Nukarora Waterman of Mana, Callum Gard of Arawa. Sam Firkins is there from Poverty Bay. Michael Esterhazen of North Shore. Then Monroe, Simone, Angus Sewell of Wanganui, and Wing Kam of North Shore.
Just like to take the opportunity to say a very good morning to Mr. Brett Leask. I see you there, Brett. Welcome. Always coming up from Christchurch, Life member. Very warm welcome to you, Brett.
He knows there's good coffee up there.
Yeah. All right, yay, another good clean start.
Yes.
This is good. So Sam Firkins, Poverty Bay. Michael Easterhausen from North Shore, James Monroe, Angus Swirl from Wanganui. Gosh, it's good reading all these old names.
That's right.
Old names, you know, we've been reading them out year after year after year. It's good to see them still in the sports.
What I love too is seeing some of those who were competing in, you know, the under-16s last year back again, and now under 18s and staying with the sport, and those from 18s moving up to opens. As we look now at Monroe, looks really impressive there in lane 5. He's in the centre of the field as they come through. That's Monroe working very hard. In lane 3 also, that's Sam Firkins. So two really experienced paddlers giving each other a wee nudge out here in this NZCT 2023 championships.
I'm just looking at Sam. He hasn't settled yet. He's still giving it hell for leather. The others look like they've settled down, but no. Sam is, I think, he might be a wee grudge match going on here with him and James Monroe, John. It'll be interesting to see the split times.
Well, they were both in the World Championship team last year, Duffy and Firkins, so, or Monroe and Firkins, sorry, so they know each other well. They've raced each other a lot of times, and often it's in those same races that are so important when it comes to national titles or selection.
Gosh, he still hasn't settled. He looks, if anything, he's just kicked again. He most probably just wants to get a good one under his belt, a nice hard race, and I think he has. Yeah, I think out there, James Monroe's gone, right, you can have this one now. James is settled, and we'll probably now see Sammy Firkins, and Sammy has settled. Right, took him 700 metres to do so. Well, that was good hard racing. That's a good, strong fitness there to be able to hold that out. And we'll probably see him just building it up again.
Well, they sorted themselves out from the rest. Who's on the right-hand side of Monroe? That's the Australian Emerson Simone in lane 6. Looks to be in 3rd place. And just alongside of him is Angus Sewell from Wanganui. So they're the 4 in front in this. There goes Monroe. They'll be relishing the conditions. Pretty good out there still, aren't they?
Yeah, they're beautiful conditions. One of the sessions that we do are like repeat thousands, so if you have a nice tailwind and then of course you turn and probably get about a 20-30 second rest, compose yourself, and now you've got a headwind. But this, you know, tail head. Looks like Sammy Firkins, Poverty Bay is coming down here. James Monroe out there in lane 5. Yep, just bringing it home. And isn't it a deceptive angle? We probably thought all the way along that those two had it, and just there, as we see now, they're in lane 6. Was there all the time?
Simone. Yep. And on his outside was Angus Sewell. So yeah, that looked to be the 4 as they came through the half, and it was just a matter of how far advanced Monroe would get. So again, these two experienced paddlers just drift over to the bank and get ready to lift and get ready for their next race. They've both got heavy programs. As we turn our attention back down to the far end, down to the 1,000 start line, the 4th of the heats, and there's an Australian in lanes 2, 5 and 6. We've got Cook Islands in lane 7, and North Shore, Poverty Bay and Ottawa. So a good mix here at these National and Oceania and Asia Pacific Championships.
Yeah, 3 Australians in our final heat. I'll draw your attention over there to lane 8, the evergreen Fred Thier.
Yeah.
From Ottawa Club. Welcome to Fred. Good to see him still putting, obviously, you don't line up to these events on a whim. You've obviously got to do some training. So he's only been putting in a few Ks. So there's obviously going to be a wee grudge match here with the 3 Australians.
I can only see 6 starters down there. I wonder if we have them all.
I'm counting 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah.
Oh, yes, no, that was a late reversing. Yeah, good. So it's Will Spencer starts in lane 1 from Australia, and Casey Nataki of North Shore, Maxwell Kennedy of Poverty Bay, Bailey Clues and Michael Dunbar of Australia, they fill 5 and 6. Andre Tutaka George of Cook Islands in 7, and Fred Tier of Arawa in 8.
Another heat with lovely international flavour there from the Cook Islands in Australia.
To be set now for this final heat of the men's K1 1000. Wonderful backdrop here at Karapiro, fabulous venue.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
We're living in Hamilton, it's just up the road. That's right. For you it's a little bit a wee way.
A good trip up here. We just stayed overnight as we came through from Kapiti, and very pleasant journey, and then to be just staying over the other side there and some accommodation across the lake, it's really good.
So it looks like we've got another nice clean start in the 4th and final heat of our Open Men's K1000. Just on the inside here, an Australian athlete, Will Spencer, Casey Nataki from North Shore, Maxwell Kennedy, lane 4, Poverty Bay. I think he's the 3rd lad racing the 1,000 metres out of Poverty Bay. Strong program, I
Yes,
that.
yeah.
And then 2 Australian athletes in lanes 5 and 6. But certainly at the early stage, I'm going to go out there on a limb and give this to Casey Nataki from the North Shore. Looking very, very good.
I think so too, yeah. And then 2 in from him, maybe first of the Australians, Bailey Clues. Fred's holding his own out in lane 8.
Poor Fred. Just as we're looking at that, John, he's the only one that's paddling through a glassy spot.
Yes, yeah.
Now, if you were a sailor, you would know that.
No, that's right. No wind.
No wind there. Yeah, so...
it's absolutely directly in front of him, isn't it? In front and behind him when you look. Class.
A wee oil slip.
Yeah.
Of course, he will still be feeling it on his back.
Yeah. Through that 500, and it's the second in, it's Casey Nataki, 2 out from him, Bailey Clues of Australia. This is the last of our heats for the men's K1 1000. You get a feeling there might be a bit of a change over the second half of this race. Certainly does look like Casey Nataki's holding that nice form, and Bailey Clues, one of the 3 Australians in this competition, and one of the other Australians down on the inside lane is starting to move up a little bit as well. That's Will Spencer.
Fred Tier out there all by himself.
Yeah.
Well, he's got an old head.
Yeah.
If there's anybody in that mix, with all respect to them, Fred certainly knows, and I think Fred might break this 250 metre line first.
Yep.
He has. No, it's very, very close down here. I don't know much about this Casey Nataki, but what I do, he can obviously paddle 1,000.
You mentioned an old head. The only trouble with having an old head is that the body sometimes ages with it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But not with Fred. He's looking really powerful here.
Yeah.
And we've got Casey Nataki.
Gosh, he looks good. Very well coached.
So Fred Tier way up on the far side in lane 8. Back in here it's Casey Nataki and Bailey Clues of Australia. Lane 3 coming through now to be finished behind lane 8. So the Ottawa Club starting this first day of the championships with some impressive performances. So Tier, Nataki, and as the sun hits the water just off us here, when you get reflections all over the place, so picking up the numbers isn't that easy, but it's certainly, I think Bailey Clues there of Australia in lane 5 takes third.
Yep, I'll give that to Bailey. Well, that concludes our 1,000 metres. We'll leave that up to the powers to be to shuffle those for the semi-finals, finals, however it is. And yeah, here's something close to my heart, the Masters men. I was tongue-in-cheek saying to Karen, she who must be obeyed, John, we know that, don't we?
Yes.
Because they had the age of 45 to 54, so I said to her, so if I entered, would I be the only one in as a late entry? And she pulled my bluff. Did she? Yeah, so no, I thought no. I remember hopping in a K1 not so long ago, and I thought, gosh, I didn't think these things sat so low in the water.
Yeah, they've changed the design.
The design, yeah. That's what I put it down to.
Absolutely.
Not the fact that I put on a few kilos. Right.
athletes will come into view soon, so you'll be able to get your own view as they come through that up towards the 500. All of them sitting there saying, why did I enter this?
I think those thoughts were well and truly in probably
when
when the gun went off. Good on them. Yeah, it certainly looks like Steve Brown here in lane 3. He's the closest to us.
I think it'll be he and Morris going through the 500. And you get to early stages, but they get through that 500 and they're just starting to look up and say, I've still got this far to go again.
Yeah. Steve, he's an extremely fit athlete. He could probably do 5 or 6 of these.
Yeah. So looking at them again, Neil Seals is on the far side from Ottawa. Then Morris from Hawke's Bay, Mould, Poverty Bay, and alongside him Derek Stewart of North Shore. They're just the two that have just drifted back a wee bit, as Stephen Brown is on the inside.
Somebody making a move is, Grant Moorish. Grant from Hawke's Bay. These wily old foxes, I mean, over 55, there's a few hundred years of experience sitting in amongst that lot and racing. He's made a kick now.
And Neil Seals is a bit the same. He's no youngster, is he? This is 55 and over. So we've had athletes, some athletes who enter this have been coming here for years, then they give it up, and then they come back on retirement almost, don't they? We've still kept fit, so I give these masters a crack, and I think that's a great thing about sports like canoeing, kayaking, that you can start at age 14 and you can finish, just before you've dropped on the ground, basically.
Yeah, no need to finish.
So Seals creeping up on Morris.
Oh, they're all coming. They're all throwing a blanket over it now.
This is where it tells. Still a distance to go, still plenty of time for someone to make a move, and it's on the outside Searles and Morris, and on the inside Brown.
Oh, they're looking strong.
Oh, look at Searles. He picked it up.
He has picked it up.
I thought he was dead in the water when I looked at him.
No, I always knew he'd kick.
Yeah.
There he comes. He's got a nice little glassy patch. He's got the bit between his teeth, and here comes a kick from Steve Brown. Oh.
So Searles is going to take this to the line. He's edged away from Morris on his inside from Hawke's Bay, who's now under threat from Stephen Brown. But it will be Neil Seals who wins the Masters 55 and over.
Look at him collapse over it. I don't think he had another metre left in him. Well done, Neil.
There's some heavy breathing out there. Grant Morris in second place. Well done, Grant. And in lane 3, that's Stephen Brown, Derek Stewart and Jeff Mould completing the race. Excellent from the men's 55 and over. K1 1000. The champion is Neil Seals of Ottawa.
That finish line couldn't come quick enough. You were just thinking, is somebody playing a cruel trick on me? It seems moving it out. Oh, well done. Good to see. So, are we event 16, Open Men's K1000, some semis now. So we saw a bit of foxing going down there in the heats. Guys that were jumping out, but there won't be any of that now, John, because this is in the semis. This is to get into the A final. Everybody wants to get into the A final. And full heats. We've got a draw there. Our first heat, international. Jake Morris, lane 1. Full, as I say, nine of them, 9 athletes in this. Callum Gard from Ottawa. Bailey Clues, Australia. Ben Duffy, Ottawa. Quade Thompson, Poverty Bay. Sam Firkins, Poverty Bay. Michael Dunbar from Australia in lane 7. And our female athlete, Emma Kemp, lane 8. Gosh, I can't get over that. And from Samoa, Tuava Clifton racing under the Oceania flag. So there won't be any foxing or any stalling in these races now, John.
No. This is where we see the class of the likes of, well, in this race, Duffy and Thompson, Firkins, for example, but also the Australians, Jake Morris and Bailey Clunes, who looked impressive in their heats. But for most of them, it was, I want to be there at the finish, get through to this next stage. And we'll see a lifting of performance here, because if you don't qualify, you're out for the day, out for the contest. There's a lot at stake. This is one of the premier events, the men's K1 1000.
And there's been a lot of shuffling, as we know, from New Zealand with the distances at Olympic level, K2s and K4, you know, is it going to be in? And I know we've just made a good start in this first semi-final, but quickly they've made, you know, they were looking at dropping this event at the Olympics, the men's 1000. So I think there was a big outcry from all the nations, so they've kept it in, but it's on the cards. Could go. So
good start here from Good start here from Quade Thompson at lane 5, and we saw him looking very impressive in the heats. But they're around him. Look, you've got Ben Duffy in lane 4 and Sam Firkins in lane 6. So that's if you're having an arrow formation, that's certainly the 3 that would be at the pointy end.
Just on the inside here, we're never ever going to discard if they've got Australia to their name. They've got to be good. Gosh, there's going to be some... So we've got 3 semis. So folks, if we've got 3 semis, it's going to be a 9-lane final. So the first 3 are going to put you through to that A final. So have a look, particularly when we get to placings 4 and 5, around 3, 4 and 5. That's where the racing's going to start. Just looking at dropping off there from Ottawa, Callumgard.
I think Thompson's still got a slight edge, but on his right, in lane 6, it's Firkins, and on his left, it's Duffy. Still half the race to go. Where are the Australians here? Morris in lane 1, just back a bit. Lane 2 is Callumgard of Ottawa. Your right drop back. And lane 3, it's Bailey Clues of Australia. So the pace is on.
And we've certainly got our 3 that looks out there, but I'm going to say 4 and 5, they'll come up and push. And then if they're pushing up into 3rd spot, that means 3rd spot will start firing, and then they're going to push up to 2nd spot. So even somebody like Quay that's out in the front there.
Well, he's got the green boat on the inside. That's Ben Duffy. He's in the mix, and on the other side it's Firkins, but certainly Quade Thompson, impressive through the initial stages and through the half. You look at that now and you'd say, right, our 3 going through to the final, Duffy in lane 4, Thompson in lane 5, and Firkins in lane 6. Clues of Australia in 3. On the other side of the arrow formation, you've got Dunbar of Australia.
Just looks like Sammy Firkins there. Oh, look at that water just glass right off now.
Yeah. Wow, Firkins is really putting in some effort out here.
He is putting in some effort.
Yeah.
Just short stroking a little bit. When you look at his rate compared to his teammate, be an interesting pairing in a K2.
Contrasting. Look across to Duffy. That's an easing up now all round from.
So we've certainly got our 3.
Just putting away. Duffy would have noticed the red coming through on him, but he's happy to settle in. They've stayed in this position much of the race. Quade Thompson, Ben Duffy, and Sam Firkins. 3 Kiwis take it. Bailey Clunes of Australia, And then on the far side, Michael Dunbar, Australia. Jake Morris of Australia. Coming through in lane 2 is Callum Gard of Ottawa. And there's Emma Kemp from Mana in lane 8.
Gosh, she was in there. She was in the mix. Well done, Emma.
And Clifton was over in lane 9.
Of course, we've got a world champion 1,000 metre paddler, Tennille Hatton. Took it out in the world champs a few years back in Russia. And I mean, the 1,000 metres at that time, the woman didn't race it at the Olympics. And I remember this, and it's, you know, on the eve of the Olympic Games, there's a lot of fleshing out of athletes. But they had 8 to 9 heats at the World Champs for the women's, racing over 1,000 metres. And of course, that's one athlete means one country. So they took it seriously, and it was a good win by Tennille. We got 2 world champions that year, of course, Lisa Carrington and Tennille. Just earlier this year, we just sad news that Tennille retired from the women's program.
Yeah.
Another start in the second semi-final. So Cook Islands in lane 1, Australia lane 2, Australia lane 3, North Shore in lane 4, Kalani Gilbertson North Shore lane 5. So 3 North Shore lanes 4, 5 and 6. Angusville from Wanganui lane 7, Poverty Bay lane 8 and Poverty Bay lane 9.
It's a very even start, and they get through the first 100 or so without anyone really breaking the line. Andre Tutaka George of Cook Islands in lane 1. Out in the middle, we were impressed with Casey Nataki in the heats from North Shore, but Kalani and Kayak Gilbertson are in lanes 5 and 6. Angus Sewell always races well out of Wanganui in lane 7. Let's see how they go.
So this will be a grudge match between lanes 5 and 6, the 2 Gilbertson brothers.
Looks like Casey Nataki has started well, and Sewell also in 7. Angus Baker, Poverty Bay, of course, will be there. Maxwell Kennedy of Poverty Bay in 9.
So we're looking at the first 3 athletes will progress to the A final. It doesn't look like on the program we have a C final, do we, John?
No,
so we just an A and B. So your first 3 through to the A final, athletes 4, 5 and 6 through to the B final, and 7, 8 and 9. We call it a day for this year.
Well, it's still lane 4 holding the edge at the moment, but the challengers are not far away. Kalani Gilbertson in lane 5. Casey Nataki, North Shore, making a pretty impressive appearance here in the men's K1 1000.
Gosh, you know, to put it out there to say, hey, if North Shore got first, second and third in their semi, that's
pretty impressive.
Yeah, haven't seen that for a while, but it could be very much on the cards. I think down here in lane 2,
yeah,
Australia, yeah, he might spoil the party.
He's certainly come good in the second half of this race. That's Zico Vesely in lane 2 in the white. So no doubt that Nataki will have spotted that away to his left and realises that the challenges aren't just coming from Kalani Gilbertson on his right.
And he's picked it up in that 200. He's a strong athlete by the looks of him. That Vesley, Australia.
Nataki holds it though. It's just been, I've used the word impressive 3 times, but it is. And he's looking sharp, and now, when required, can turn it on again. Little surge here from Nataki.
And for the uninitiated, you just look at the nose of his boat.
Yeah, just
and
lifting
it's
it.
just, cutting through the water. It's not bobbing up and down.
Beautiful style. That again, there's a fine win by Casey Nataki out of lane 4 from North Shore. Leslie of Australia gets second, just ahead of one of the Gilbertsons, that's Karani.
Okay, into the third and final semi. Where are we, John? Have we got the paperwork? Yes, I have. It's in my hand. Fancy that. Lane 1, Noah Andrews from the Waitara. Will Spencer, Australia, lane 2. Grant Clancy in lane 3 from North Shore. James Munro, Otago, lane 4. Fred Tier, he won his heat out there in lane 8 or 9. He's in lane 5 for this semi. Ben McCullum from Waitara in lane 6. Liam Lace, Wanganui, lane 7. Michael Eusterhausen from North Shore in lane 8. And Nukura Waterman in lane 9 from Mana.
So good 9 starters way down there. We can just look like ants from the distance, even with the binoculars on and your eyesight's not great. They still look very, very diminutive down there. Lane 5, we've got Fred Tier. He started in the outside lane in the heats and just sort of snuck up on us a wee bit. This time he's in lane 5, and inside him is the silver medalist from last year, James Munro of Otago. So the two of them keeping each other company and close to each other at the moment. Lanes 4 and 5. Ben McCullum of Waitara, expect him to shine as well in lane 6.
And Ben's had a great start. Fred here, what I'd be with I was Fred, I'd just be looking out your peripheral vision, but both Ben and James, left and right, seeing if I can hold with them for the first 500, or maybe the first 600 if I can stretch that far. I'm sure you'd have the fitness, and then anything in this last 400, John.
Yep.
If I could be there in that first 600.
Adrenaline kicks in, I say, righto, you young guys. So lane 3, Grant Clancy of North Shore appears to be up with that group now. If you look down, you'll see lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 appear to be pretty much within striking distance of each other. So that's Clancy of North Shore, Munro, Otago, Tier of Arawa and McCullum of Waitara.
Yes, I agree. So lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 from this angle certainly being spearheaded. Just slightly going to give it to Ben McCullum. Fred's just dropping back now. But he, at this stage, be looking for the A final. To make an A final, gosh, that'd be the wee feather in his cap.
You're going to have to tell me exactly how old Fred is.
I think, look, he'd be 30.
Yeah. So he's not really old, Fred, is he? He's at the peak of his career.
At the twilight.
Well, you're twilight.
He'd be at the peak of his masters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a big move now from McCallum. He's certainly in the lead with out of lane 6 from Waitara. Tier is on his inside, and then it's Monroe, and Clancy is in lane 3. So, you know, that's pretty even still for second, third, and fourth. Second and third look to be Monroe.
Somebody is going to miss out on the A final here, John, and they're all coming up now. And I think who's going to really push it is Grant. He's had a good race down the course. Fred's got the bit between his teeth. He's saying, no, I'm eligible for the A final. I deserve to be in the A final. Oh, the rubber band's just starting to stretch now. Everybody is putting it in.
Oh, Monroe showed some great finishes last year, and here he is again. He's getting ahead of Tier. Can Tier now hold off Clancy? This is a battle for third place. The winner's going to be McCallum. Monroe second. Will Tier get up? No, I don't think so. He's going to be just nipped at the line by Grant Clancy of North Shore. 1, 2 and 3. Tier takes fourth in lane 5. And a pretty smart race there from Ben McCallum. The 4 of them are across the course pretty much level through 500, and then the movement started. It was McCallum who opened up a bit of a gap. So that's the third of the semi-finals in the men's K1 1000.
I think of the 3 that was exciting because we had that little push from the 4th person. And I would tell you now, if he wasn't there, Fred wasn't there, that would have been a much slower semi-final. Congratulations. Sorry, Fred, just missed out.
So the main final, the B finals at 10:49, event 30, and then 31 for the A final. Look forward to that with some world champion representatives such as Duffy and Firkins and McCallum and Monroe involved. So that'll be good to watch. We're moving down the program now to, I don't know where we are. So the Masters men's 45 to 54 K1 1000 first, just a semi-final. So the competitors are Richard Cliff of Bay of Plenty, Nick Pittaway, Poverty Bay, Chris Emmett is in lane 4 from Bay of Plenty, Matt Flannery of Mana in 5, and Neil Gard of Arawa in lane 6. It's a men's 45 to 54 K1 1000.
It had to happen, John, our first false start of the morning.
We've been going so well.
We had been. And dare I say it, if anybody said there was a false start, who do you think it would have been? You'd put your house on it being a Masters. Being a Masters,
yeah, of course. Yeah. Tactics.
Yes. That's how they go around. Hopefully we don't see too much more of this, because it does. The program has been running very, very well, keeping to time.
Still a few of those boats down there needing to be carted back up. Thank you. Away from the Waipa Home of Champions tent there. Just take them back up to the other area, up the bank, please. I think there's been one guy taken any that have gone up. It's been one person who's done it. Taking another boat. Yeah, good on you, mate. You're eating. Good.
Yep, we've got to start now in the men's 45 to 54 semi-final. So 5 athletes in it. Had a wee bit of a false start, but we're all up and running now. Richard Cliff from Bay of Plenty, lane 2, Nick Pittaway, lane 3, Chris Emmett, lane 4, Matt Flannery, lane 5 from Mana, and Neil Gard from Ottawa in lane 6. Completing the first 250 now. With all due respect to these gentlemen, John, from what we've just watched in the men's semi-finals, he looks a little pedestrian as they're coming down the course.
But they've been in races over the years, haven't they, when it was just as fast and exciting. And this might be too, as we see, you're right, Richard Cliff in lane 2, and then Chris Emmett and Matt Flannery in the middle, and out on the far side Neil Gard. Looks like those centre lane paddlers, Chris Emmett and Matt Flannery, just riding it at the moment, but Richard Cliff is there as well on the inside.
Nick Pittaway from Pogley Bay, he's just dropping back a bit at the moment, but yeah, these 4, oh gosh, I'm not going to get to the 4 of them coming down within 5 or 10 metres of one another. Sadly, one of them's going to miss out on a medal. Maybe get a little bit of separation before that. Yeah. Otherwise, we might need medics on our hand if they see that line and they're up for a medal. Oh.
Well, I think it's Flannery at the moment, just slightly ahead of Emmett.
Oh, I just think...
And Gard.
Yeah. Richard Cliff from Bay of Plenty might have just
dropped off there. He's a wee way back now, so we'll head through the halfway, last of those being Nick Pittaway.
So looks like a 2-horse race here between Chris Emmett and Matt Flannery.
So here we go, everyone. This is the Masters Men's 45 to 54. K1, 1,000, The finish line is probably not within sight for some of them, but they know it's not that far. Well, it's a fair way off, isn't it? You know. So Flannery holds it from Emmett in lane 4, but only just. That outside lane is Guard of Arawa. She's all on.
Still pedaling very hard for a semi-final. I got a wee bit excited there. I thought it might have been the final the way they were going. But no, this is down the program, men's semi.
1 of 1 though. How do you work that one out? I'm not sure.
Maybe in their heats, the first guys went through.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
Go through to the final.
Why didn't I think of that? So the gold medalist last year was Carl Barnes. See, this is still a goer, isn't it? You can see those pair, Chris Emmett and Matt Flannery. They've been hammering it away at each other. Flannery sort of surging forward, trying to cart it on.
Here comes Chris. And here comes Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, he's wily. Oh, well done, Chris Emmett. He just had a sniff. The door opened. I'll take this, thank you very much. He's going to get bragging rights.
Yep.
For the next hour at least.
Matt Flannery just cuts him behind him and says something scintillating if he's got enough breath. Well done, guys. Top racing, far side Neil Guard, and then Nick Pettaway and Richard Cliff, of course, finishing right now. So that's the semi-final of the men's Masters 45 to 54. That's event 19, everyone, if you're checking your programs.
So now we had that wee hiccup in the program. Are we back on track now, are we?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
So we're up to event 20, in which we have 3 heats of the 14 and under women's K1 500. Time to go at 9:57. It's now 9:58. So even though we had the false start, we're pretty much on target.
Gosh, John, I'm just looking at this 3 heats of the under 14s women's K1 500. 9 athletes, 9 athletes, 9 athletes. How cool is that?
Fantastic. And even now, a long way after you went to school, it's still 27.
It is?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this first one has Eastern Bay, East Side Paddlers, Wanganui, Hawke's Bay, Arawa. A second from Hawke's Bay, a second from Wanganui, Poverty Bay and North Shore. No Australian crews here for the under 14 women's, but they had their nationals in the last week of March, Australia, at Champions Lake. They named a team of 36 for these championships, and also named their World Open Championship team. They'll be strong competitors there at Duisburg in Germany in August.
It's a lovely course, Duisburg.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was from memory. No, it wasn't. I just clicked. But they used to put on a great World Cup. Very, very sheltered, very, very deep. And I revisited it from yesteryear for the first time in about, it must have been about 25 years, and they've changed it. You didn't think there could be much they could change to a lake, but right down by the finishing area, they've dug it out, changed it, walking around the finishing towers. Huge, huge big difference. So we're just hearing from our starter that the conditions are very still at the start line, which is great. So best thing for a starter on a start line is a nice headwind, just to, to blow them back. The worst thing you want, of course, is a roaring tailwind. Mm-hmm. But this makes it very, very fair. The starter's hand, the first of this full 9-laned athlete race. under 14 woman. Gosh, your selectors will be having a look at this to see who's coming through for the future. So we've just heard from the starter that there is a wee bit of a wind from coming over your right shoulder to your left. So just for the athletes, when you come into your starter's lane, line up on the right side of your lane. Just come as you're coming in, just line up on the right side of your lane. So by the time you get there, bang, you'll be in the middle. All right. So as you're just drifting in. Looks good, ready for a start. And we're away. Nice fair start. Now, John, I think all we can go off here is family names, because there's a few family names and their big brothers and big sisters are racing. And of course, or looking back to some of the earlier races in the K2s and K4s.
You can see the experience, even at 14 and under, some have got more experience, haven't they? And we could see Keisha Logue of North Shore just struggling out of the start, not matching the others. And then you look at the physical size of some of them too. They're all different, but by the time they get to the next age group and that, in general, have caught up. As we look over to lane 7, that's Taylor Newman, or lane 8, Taylor Newman of Poverty Bay, looking impressive on the inside here. We've got Isla Webster of Eastern Bay. So those two appear to be just asserting themselves. On the inside of Newman is Zoe Anderson of Wanganui. East Side Paddlers, that's Kiana Hakiagaiki of in lane 2. So Kiana of East Side, Isla of Eastern Bay is on this right on the inside here and looking to be in one of those top 3 positions. But in lane 8, it's Taylor Newman of Poverty Bay. On her inside, Zoe Anderson of Wanganui.
Just thinking of this age group, because normally our nationals are a wee bit earlier in February. I think maybe it might be a little coup that we can have them over our school holidays, and this is why we're seeing, the 14-year-old age group being so well represented. It's good to see.
Now Taylor Newman looks really well coached and into the groove there, through some smooth patches too she went through, and no hiccups at all, just totally focused, not much movement of the head or body, and just everything. The only thing she needs to move are the shoulders and arms, and what's going on from what we can't see down in the leg area, but she's doing it so well.
Jeez, we might have to get you in the coaching program. We might have to get you coaching.
Yes. Raumati, yeah. So that was really good from Taylor Newman of Poverty Bay. So she wins the first heat of 3 heats for the 14 and under women's K1 500.
Just looking down here on lane 1, I don't know where Isla finished up. I think was it second or third?
Yeah, second, I think. Yep.
Just a little bit exhausted. Well done, Isla. All right, so another full heat coming up in lane 1, Arawa. We've got Jessica Jerry from the Ottawa Club, Kaya Hall from Hawke's Bay, Ashley Stewart from Wanganui, Celia Willoughby. No, we haven't seen Celia today. Poverty Bay, Lendra Owens from North Shore, Isla Fraser. There we go, from lane 6, Bay of Plenty, Sophie Davidson, North Shore, Layla Stovall from Hawke's Bay, and Hannah Newman from Hawke's Bay in lane 9.
Have they taken your advice about going into the right-hand side of the lane?
Oh, it looks glassy up there, but that's just a little trick of the trade, folks, from an old head. They're not like a slalom boat where you can draw stroke and you can almost move exactly to the left or to the right. So we don't want any athletes swimming. Oh, it's all glassed out there now, John. We'll quickly get this one started. Nice clean start in the second heat of the under 14 women's K1 500. All away very, very well indeed. Early to say, but the two closest lanes, maybe Jessica from Arawa and Kayak from Hawke's Bay. Yeah, I'm just going to give that to the ladies just down here in lane 1 and 2. It's still, even at this angle, John, it's very hard to pick. I think over there is at lane 8, Hawke's Bay, Layla Stovall in the white boat.
2 in from her.
Yeah.
That's Bay of Plenty, Isla Fraser at 6, is it? Yep, so Layla Stovall and Isla Fraser on the outside lanes. The inside, it's all close. You can see Jessica Geary and Kaya Hall alongside each other in the white. There's Ashley Stewart from Wanganui, and outside of her is Celia Willoughby of Poverty Bay, way up in the centre and doing it all very well is Isla Fraser. Lane 6.
Yeah, it certainly looks
for her today. That's pretty impressive again.
very impressive. And just on her right, is it lane 8? Layla Stovall coming up for second, and on the inside here in lane 2, Kaya Hall from Hawke's Bay. Well done, ladies. Just these craft coming in now, John. You can see them with the open cockpits, lane 5 and lane 7. Not as fast, not as quick as the K1 class, but at least it gives the girls another race. Feel a little bit steadier in those, in that watercraft. It's good that they can do that.
Yep.
Well done, ladies. Right.
Yep.
The third and final heat.
Good on you, Sophie. Sophie Davidson in lane 7.
And some are racing with their buoyancy aids on, or they all racing with their buoyancy aids on. Oh, have we got a swimmer out there? Looks like we may have. No.
Just while we have a break, everyone, bring your numbers down. There's a lot of numbers up in the tents and around the boats. When you're finished with your race, take your number off, put it in the Waipa Home of Champions tent area. There's buckets there, I think, for the numbers. And then take your boat up the bank. Thank you.
Right, our third and final heat. Alexis Toy from Wanganui, Victoria Haveneth from Mana, Nicole Penier from Arawa, she's in lane 3, India Vaughan in lane 4 from North Shore, Bella Harrison from Hawke's Bay, lane 5, teammate there on lane 6, Mia Parker, both Hawke's Bay, North Shore athlete, Mika Almiga, lane 7, Poppy Richardson in lane 8 from Bay of Plenty, and over there in lane 9, Scarlett Baxter, Eastern Bay.
So a few of those are new, but also some have come back. I think Poppy was here last year. So good to see athletes getting a start 1 year and coming back still eligible for the under-14s. Who knows, in 3 or 4 years' time, they might be just pushing for titles in the under-18s or, you know, reaching that junior selection for the New Zealand team. Big ups to all the parents and guardians and grandparents too who get in and support these athletes through particularly the development years. It's a lot of time, energy, and of course, you know, money involved. So you do a great job, and you probably don't get thanked very often, but everyone who's getting some assistance certainly appreciates it. So good on you. If you've got a moment, treat yourself to a coffee up at the podium. Good coffee's up there. If you're looking at 10:13, you've had a long day already. So that paddler has been righted down there. We've got another full field, 9 in this one as well. So you'll be watching Alexis Toy in lane 1 from Wanganui. And then you'll see Victoria Haveneth of Mana. Was that where you started?
No, I was a little further north.
Yep.
A little place, Otaki, Forest Lakes.
Yeah, Forest Lakes, wow, yeah.
I popped up there. Sadly, you know, John, the only times I get down there for now, funerals.
Yeah.
And I was down there in Paraparaumu for, actually, from the late 80s, early 90s, a lady, Kath Tracy, she came from my hometown of Otaki. She moved to Gisborne. Her mother sadly passed away, so I was down there for that funeral. Got down there. And Kath, still very much, she ended up rowing across the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got to start now. Have we got all 9, or did that athlete pull out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, oh, it's 8.
8, I think, yeah. So it looks like a gap in 5, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
I can see somebody swimming down there. Yeah. So I hope she's all right. Maybe a little shook up. Arabella Harrison from Hawke's Bay. So down here, lane 1, Alexis Toy from Wanganui. Oh, we just jumped out there, lane 3.
Yes, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Nicole Penier of Arawa in the pink craft. She's looking, she's stolen a march on the rest.
Isn't she?
But 2-3 lanes away from her, I suppose, in the blue. That'll be Maya Parker of Hawke's Bay in lane 6. So those two look to be the ones who are going to battle this one out, unless there's some impact coming from further back in the field before the finish.
I've got to say, Nicole from Arawa, she is looking very good. You know, she's probably got down there, good coaching. Well, we've got a few athletes from the Arawa club in that age group, probably school friends. Do you want to do your homework, or do you want to go down the canoe club for a paddle?
Yeah, that's right.
It's a bit of a no-brainer
choice, is it? So that's Maya Parker in the blue. She's in second place. In the yellow, as Alexis Toy of Wanganui on the inside. Way up at the top, it's Scarlett Baxter of Eastern Bay in the white.
And she's still going. She's like one of those little wind-up. Gosh, that would please any coach.
It's often that body position, isn't it? You see, you know, she's leaning forward, and you look at some of the others, are just upright a wee bit more, but she's able to maintain that. Well, you know, you learn so much from watching Lisa Carrington, don't you? You know, where the body just doesn't move at all. Perfect through there. Nice win for her in this third heat.
Well done.
Nicole Panea of Ottawa Canoe Club.
Oh, and just sneaking down here, she had a look over to third placing. You got up for second. Well done. That was you, Toy. Alexis Toy from Wanganui. You got up for second.
Maya Parker of Hawke's Bay third. Just coming through there is Victoria Havaneth of Mana. And up in lane 7, just crossing through now, is Mika Elniger of North Shore. So that's the third of our 3 heats in the 14 and under women's K1 500. The next up we go to a straight final. It's the 18 and under men's K2 500. So the athletes are already down there, looking set to go, eager to get this one out of the road. Hawke's Bay won the gold in 2022, and there is no Hawke's Bay competitors this time. We've got 3 Australian crews, so that'll be interesting. Waitara, Aroa, Mana, Karapiro and Wanganui, the other representatives in this final of the men's 18 and under K2 500.
Got 2 Aroa crews in here too, John. So that Christchurch club showing its depth.
Well, from the Aussies, we've seen that Zico Vesley in lane 7. He's already competed, and as you mentioned about his style, he looked to have all the goods. He's with Zaya Paiska. Not often you get a crew with 2 first names beginning with Z. Michael Dunbar and Mitch Tamblin in lane 6, the Australians, and Charlie Heaton Armstrong and Emerson Simone. We've seen Emerson as well so far today. So that's 3 Australian crews in this final of the 18 and under men's K2. You'll be watching from the inside Waitara. That's Andrews and Whiting. Then in lane 2 Australia, then 3 it's Aroa, Chamberlain and Monk. And looking all pretty much steady. Watch that Aroa combination. Then Mana, it's Howard and Neil. Karapiro, Donderwinkle and Baker. Then 2 more Australian crews in 6 and 7. Then in 8 it's Sewell and Ferguson of Wanganui. And Arawa's Rogers and Guard. So Arawa in 3 and 9. Now get set for this final, the men's 18 and under K2 500.
So with this 3 Australian crews in there, you want to be your first New Zealand crew in, absolutely, to get your national title. But you want to also be the first to cross the line, don't you, John?
Yep. Doesn't seem quite so good when you finish behind someone to win the national title. So they'll all be giving it their all. Just keeping an eye on that Wanganui team, Ferguson and Sewell. They're way out in lane 8 to see what their start's like.
That wind, that's changed completely
direction
now. It's coming in from the right-hand side. And I can see them, some of those crews, these strong lads, 18-year-olds, having problems drawing the front of their boats around.
Yep, lane 1 backing off.
Yeah.
Lane 2 backing off.
Lane 4.
Yeah, way out on the far side. And that might be quite awkward out there in lane 9 for Rogers and Guard of Ottawa.
So just a reminder to the crews, something I said earlier, just as you're coming into, with a strong wind coming over on the right now, blowing you from right to left, as you're coming into your start line, just line up on the right hand side of your lane. And we got a good start,
Yeah.
so that's good.
They all quickly adjusted
Yes.
to the starters' instructions, and that Whanganui team did get away well in lane 8. But inside of them, there's plenty of action coming from the Australians. That's Paiska and Vesely. In lane 6 as well, the Australians. Looking down here to lane 3, so that'll be the Arawa team of Chamberlain and Monk. So lane 3, as you look at them from your vantage point on the bank, that lane 3 combination from Arawa look good. But way out on the far side, look at that, third from the inside, that's Australia's Paiska and Vesely. Inside them, the other Australians, Dunbar and Tamblin. And we're looking for that Whanganui combination, Ferguson and Sewell in lane 8. But it's lane 7, the Australians, Paiska and Vesely. This is the final of the 18 and under men's K2 500.
Gosh, they're a strong pairing. Looking very good.
So Sewell and Ferguson, Whanganui in second place, maybe not now. In third, maybe not now. Even in fourth, there's Ottawa. That looks like the Ottawa team.
That's been a good kick from Ottawa coming down here on the inside. So they want to be the first crew. They're certainly going to be the first New Zealand crew in, but they want to be the first crew to cross the line. And it's still just going to give it to lane 7. It's going to be close between 3 and 6. The other Australian crew.
It will be Australia 1 and 2. Australia, Paiska and Vesely, Dunbar and Tamblin, and lane 3, that's Ottawa, Chamberlain and Monk. Really good effort, and the Ottawa team just low-fired each other as they went through. They were closing. They'll probably like to relive that race again and just see where they might have made a bit of more of an impression towards the end or at the middle, where it's all one big long race, isn't it?
Yeah, lane 7, I think they had that from start to finish.
Yep.
Australian, very strong pairing, Paiska and Vesely. Well done, gentlemen. So event 24, we're moving along. No rest for the wicked. Open Women's K4 500. A final, straight final.
Well, look at that lane 4, mate. That's a pretty impressive lineup, isn't it?
Hoskin, Brett, Clifton and Vaughan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even the sister crew of Graham Morley, Saunders, Tate, Mackenzie. Is that Danielle Mackenzie, maybe? She's making her appearance here at the Nationals, the lifeguard. I don't know. Educated guess.
So Hoskin and Brett and Vaughan were all the way at the World Championship team in Canada last year. Olivia Brett had a fantastic 2022 National Championship here and really did force her way in. She couldn't be ignored, and that's what championships are about, isn't it?
It is.
You're on the
Absolutely.
cusp of selection. Yeah. What you want to do is make an impact here, and she certainly did that last year and has gone on from strength to strength. So Hoskin, Brett, Clifton and Vaughan lining up in lane 4 for North Shore. The Australian team inside them in lane 3 is Demi Bates, Charlie Smythe, or Smith probably, Phoebe Wills-Grace and Jasmine Locke. Ottawa in lane 2. Lane 7 it's Bay of Plenty, and lane 6 Poverty Bay. So 2 North Shore, 1 Ottawa, 1 Poverty Bay, 1 Bay of Plenty, 1 Australia. Straight final. Last year it was a New Zealand team, the canoe racing New Zealand team, that won it with Hatton, Clifton, Matahari and Vaughan. So Clifton was part of that team which won it last year.
You just seen the wind picked up there, and the starter just
Yeah.
asked all the crews, you know, just cross the line, guys. Let's just back it up a bit, which they've done. So, if at all possible, athletes, if you can back your boat up, that's much better. That's quicker, and we can stay with the program if you can back your boat up rather than doing a big loop and paddling around. So, if you can back your boat up, good. Looks like they're going to have a whole new rejiggle here.
Yeah. And this is where, you know, the program gets a fair way behind, but they might just shorten the lunch break and bring it back on.
They can't shorten the lunch break.
They can. Remember, if you've got numbers, race numbers, take them down to the Waipā tent there. And also there are still boats on the lower part of the bank. They need to be up higher, please. So watch lane 4. Smooth too. Oh gosh, though, that the North Shore combination, very good. And lane 3, of course, Australia.
And Aussie are now into their work.
Yeah.
This in lane 2.
So there'll be some feeling in this. This is a couple of top New Zealand combinations here, out of North Shore in particular. The group in lane 4, that's Hoskin, Brett, Clifton and Vaughan. In lane 4, they just won't want this Australian team to get near them, but they will. Australia with Bates, Smythe, Wills, Grace and Locke. They're in lane 3, so second in from the inside.
Just looking at the athlete Wills Grace in the Australian team there in seat 3. Grandad Brian Grace, good Kiwi man from Titahi Bay.
Oh, gosh. Hey, don't discount that team way up on the outside either, Mac. They're looking good. That's the Bay of Plenty crew, but this New Zealand team in the black.
North Shore just looking so strong. They jumped out the blocks.
So Hoskin, Brett in the 2, Clifton and Vaughan, and they do make the most of this. That's nice confidence for them. Smooth operators.
So North Shore first and third, I'd give them that. And it does look like Daniel McKenzie jumped into the boot on that second North Shore team. Be a different thing for her paddling, other than on a double surf ski. But well done, she's taken to it.
So that's the final of the Women's Open K4 500, and it goes the way of North Shore with Hoskin, Brett, Clifton and Vaughan beating Australia, Bates, Smith, Wills, Grace and Locke. And in third place, the North Shore team of Morley, Saunders, Tate and Mackenzie.
Gosh, so we moving back into the age groups, the under 14. Gosh, we could almost have our own nationals for the age group, couldn't we? There's so many of them.
Yeah, so it's 2 heats here of 8 in each, so it's 16 under 14 men. And then we've got 2 heats of the K2 women under 16.
Oh, that's excellent to see.
Yep.
All right, so as they're lining up for this first heat of the under 14 men, we've got Sam Cameron in lane 1 from Bay of Plenty Paddle Sports, Asher Thomas from Mana in lane 2, AJ Kinsella from Poverty Bay in lane 3, Noah Elminger in lane 4, North Shore, Braden Ferguson, Karapiro, lane 5, Nathan Eloff from Mana in lane 6, Martin Baker from Hawke's Bay in lane 7, and Dom Rowland from Eastern Bay in lane 8. Nobody in lane 9. And they're just sitting there poised. So this is scheduled to go at 10:22, so we're a little bit behind time with those false starts, John. But these young fellas, they'll catch us up. Just a stiff breeze coming over the crosswind
on the inside lane, is it?
Yeah. Oh, he's just a little bit of a zigzaggy start there. Out there, Martin Baker, Hawke's Bay looked to have got away well, as did lane 3, Poverty Bay, AJ Kinsella. So, under 14 men's.
I think those outside lanes are going to have a wee battle of their own, aren't they? Dom Rowland from Eastern Bay and Martine Baker of Hawke's Bay. But there's a line-up through there. It's certainly that Hawke's Bay athlete, Martine Baker, has a bit of an advantage at the moment, but you would be struggling to differentiate between second and third here as they come through. Now look at that, the stroke rate is different, isn't it, when you look through all these athletes as they contest this under 14.
And the old coaching from yesteryear, you know, was nice, big, long stroke, you know, to have your blade in the water for as long as possible. Got you a nice smooth run of the boat. But of course, since then, we've had the sprint events come on, because our longest event was the 500 and the 1,000, but now with the 200, if you're one of the athletes that had that propensity to wind up, now there's an event for you over the 200, and gosh, you need it.
So your blade's in the water, shorter distance, you've got to put some effort in to generate the power out of it, a short stroke. Here we go, lane 7, Martine Baker in the green with the yellow nose. Back on this side, this will be Poverty Bay's AJ Kinsella. And in lane 9, or lane 8, that's Don Rowland of Eastern Bay.
Oh, is it Mana out there? Yeah, lane 6, young Nathan, just having a struggle. Not much to him, especially that side wind. Very, very challenging for a lot of the athletes. Especially if there's not much to you, John.
No, there's not much to some of these youngsters, But, you know, in all those clubs, you know, for example, Mana with such, you know, well-known paddlers there, plenty of people to learn from. And the likes of Curtis Emery, I suppose, all started at this stage. They've gone through this whole under 14, and then suddenly you find yourselves, well, it seems suddenly, you find yourselves at the Olympics.
Yeah. And I think of anywhere you learn to paddle in the wind, it'll be Mana.
Yeah, that's true.
Well done. Finishing up there, lane 2. So we got another heat of the under 14 men. This is the last heat. So from athlete from Hawke's Bay.
Nukatai and Jake Buerta of North Shore.
Felix Thomas in lane 3 from Mana. Isaac Pittaway, he's Poverty Bay, representing Poverty Bay, lane 4. Troy Worcester from Bay of Plenty in lane 5. Brooklyn Taylor from Waitara in lane 6. Hunter Lee in lane 7 from Karapiro. And Rory Orman from North Shore over there in lane 8. Now look at that, see how we can see them just got their noses into the wind and they're just coming up and then they'll just swing it. God, it'd be good if you see some of the open athletes do this.
So
So
sure
well
they're
done,
being,
you young men.
yep, they're being talked to down there as
Yeah.
they look okay. Lane 1, 2, lane 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right through, looking okay. There they go. So this is our second of 2 heats. 14 and under men's K1 500.
Who's that? Lane 5. They jumped out there. That's Troy Worcester from Bay of Plenty. Great start from Troy. Lane 4, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, lane 4. So that's Isaac Pittaway, Poverty Bay. Good start from Isaac. Also down here in lane 1.
Yeah.
Type from Hawke's Bay, doing very well indeed.
So he and Borto of North Shore, lanes 1 and 2, they look to be right up alongside each other, and they're both paddling well. Poverty Bay led though. Isaac Pittaway might still have his nose in front. Well, this might be a close one, John.
It is.
Lanes 1, 2 and 4.
I see some in the age group paddling with buoyancy vests on and some without, so it's just a matter of preference. It's not compulsory. Or is it, John? You wouldn't know the ruling on that?
No, I don't. Well, if it was compulsory, they'd all have them on, I suppose, and certainly Poverty Bay paddler hasn't. One on the outside lane, that's Rory Orman. So here we go, down on the inside lane. Nukatai of Hawke's Bay, his start was good. He was alongside Borta of North Shore for a long part of this race, but now he's in second place clearly, or maybe will he get up for the first placing? Isaac Pittaway of Poverty Bay holds it at the moment.
It's going to come in. He's just had a little lock, so it's going to be a very close finish here for first and second.
Pittaway has his nose in front only just, and it's still in front at the line. So Pittaway just wins it ahead of Nukatai of Hawke's Bay, Borta
Lane 3, Wanganui, Stewart and O'Leary. Lane 4, Eastern Bay, Canoe Racing Club, Follows and Rowland. Ottawa, Pania and Dixon. Lane 6, North Shore, Logan Reed. Lane 7, Hawke's Bay, Gold and Ryan. And Lane 8, Poverty Bay, Garbutt and Webb.
So just a bit slow bringing them up because you can see the rescue boat is out there.
What's the water temp like, John? Have you felt it? You been for a swim?
Don't be silly.
Just wait for the...
It never looks warm, does it?
No, just I often travel along the northern face of this as we're going over to the Mount or to Napier, and the water skiers are out there, and as you say, it just, even in the middle of summer, it just doesn't look warm.
I was going to ask Rob Waddell because he had a couple of swims here last year competing in the novice section.
Can he fit in the boat?
Only just. I don't think he came to grief while he was racing. It was more just as he was trying to get out. Looks easy, eh?
Yeah.
I think all the parents in it we should have a parents' race here. So everything looks to be clear down there. Just a reminder about those paddlers warming up or warming down along the side of the course. Be aware of what's happening down the far end at the start area. Thank you guys, just stopping as you go down, that's good as we get ready for this next race. The second heat of the 16 and under women's K2 500.
We seem to be moving our boats out one boat at a time. Thank you to those athletes for doing that. Right, we're ready for a start in this final heat. And a good clean start it is too. We're all away.
Got a sideways motion from Bay of Plenty in lane 1, but Richardson and Kennedy righten themselves quickly. Looks fairly even down there.
I think we had a great start from lane 5, which is the Ottawa crew of Purnier and Dixon. They did well.
Also like that Poverty Bay outfit on the far side, Garbutt and Webb. See that, the unison, the synchronisation of the blades, it's so important once they get into the swing of things. It's good too that Richardson and Kennedy of Bay of Plenty, after a hairy start, have got themselves into the groove now on the inside lane, lane 1.
I just saw the Australian crew down here. That's a little bit of a timing issue. Started to crab down the course. I've got it all together now though. You feel for them a bit because they're probably, paddling borrowed boats, and they're just starting just to get a little bit out of time again now. Just so you can have your footrest a little bit closer, a little bit further, or your seat higher or lower. It's just not feeling too good.
But the Australian crews are shining here.
Well and truly out now. The last 200 metres to go. Looks like the Australian crew coming through here in lane 2. Now it's going to be a tight finish for second and third in this last heat of the under 16 women's. Creeping up on the inside, Richardson and Kennedy from Bay of Plenty. Also in lane 3 there, we got the Wanganui pairing of Stewart and O'Leary. but no doubt about it, crossing the line in first place. Lane 2, the Australian pairing of Moore and Sakura. Well done, ladies. Had a bit of a hairy patch coming down at the start. You pulled it together well. Sign of a good athlete, Zach.
Yeah. 3, 1 and 5 after that. That's very good. So I've just got the, apparently on the app, race 30, the Open Men's K1 1000. The field and lanes might not be there, so I'll read them out for you. This is race 30, the B final for the Men's K1 1000. Lane 1 is Sewell. Lane 2 is Morris of Australia. Lane 3 is Gilbertson, North Shore. Lane 4 is Tier of Alloa. In 5 it's Clues, Australia. In 6 Simone, Australia. In 7 Dunbar, Australia. In lane 8 it's Lace of Wanganui. And in 9 it's Spencer of Australia. So 5 Australians in that men's B final, due to go at 10:47. We're a wee bit late, of course, but that's event number 30.
Alright, another final, the under 16 men's. We've raced through the heats. Here we go. This is the K2 500 metres. In lane 1, Bay of Plenty. In lane 2, Poverty Bay. Lane 3, Australia. Lane 4, Australia. Lane 5, Ottawa. And in lane 6, Australia, 3 Australian crews. So the Australian crews, 3, 4 and 6. Lane 7, Poverty Bay, Lane 8, Eastern Bay, and Lane 9, Wanganui. So we've got a couple of Poverty Bay crews in there, Jarvis and Kennedy, Poverty Bay Lane 2, and Egan and McKendry in Lane 7. And we've got a good start. We're all away. 5, lane 5, who's lane 5? Ottawa. Very good at starting of these Ottawa boys.
Yep, that's good. Right in the centre of it in lane 5. 2 out from them in lane 7. That's Poverty Bay. So these New Zealand club teams starting out well.
Ooh, lane 4, that was one of the Australian crews. And they're going back the other way now. Alright, so they're going to do 510 metre race.
So lane 2, Poverty Bay's Jarvis and Kennedy, also shining. But look, that team in lane 5 really are going well. Monk and McAllister of Ottawa. 2 out from them, it's Egan and McKendry of Poverty Bay. Wow, what a start they've had, and they've continued this. This is fantastic work.
See, the thing is those, the lads there from the Ottawa club, they'll be just going, well, we're up against 3 Australian teams here, and we just know they would not send, donkeys out from Australia.
Yeah,
so we want to have here comes the Aussie team. They are just having a big problem with their steering, the poor lads in lane 4.
And all the way win for the Ottawa team of Monk and McAllister, the final of the men's under 16.
Coming down in lane 2. So lane 2, Poverty Bay. They might get up for a medal here, lane 2. Will they? Oh, we're going to have to leave that.
Not quite. I think that Els and Jacob might have just got in for that 3rd place. But all the way, stylish win by Ottawa's Monk and McAllister, the 16 and under men's K2 500.
Congratulations to them. It's always, you beat some international pairings. I suppose it's like rugby. You remember the tours that we used to have? when they used to, I think the last one I remember, John, was the Springboks playing against Otago, and they lost the head.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I used to love those, you know.
They were, oh gosh, I was reminiscing a bit the other day with on rugby tours when the All Blacks would go away and play 32 games and be away for 3 months, and teams would come here and play every province, and it was just so exciting. But there were few other distractions, weren't there? The Lions had come to New Zealand in 1959 or 1971 or whatever it might have been, and it was about all we talked about. Yeah. But now there's so much else out there, taking politics out of it, so much to discuss in sport.
I was just thinking, what were you quoting? 1950s?
Yeah,
we got these under 14s that bought.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's my memories. Under 14s here will be remembering what's happening now. I was under 14 back then, and I certainly remember it. So here we go, way down the far end again at the 1,000-metre start. The B final for the men, K1. It's event number 30, and just going through the field again. Sewell of Wanganui, Morris of Australia, Gilbertson, that's Kaya Gilbertson in 3, Fred Tier in 4, Clues of Australia, Simone of Australia, Dunbar Australia in 5, 6 and 7, then Lace of Wanganui and Spencer of Australia in lane 9.
Who's your money on, John?
Well, I really like the way that Kaya Gilbertson went in the heats, but I'm also a big fan of the man who starts in lane 1, Angus Sewell. But there's plenty of others there, and there's 5 Australians. So, you're going for Fred.
I do like. I have a soft spot for Fred. Yeah, probably he's the oldest, and he only just missed out making the A final. But he is probably the oldest in this B final.
Yep.
And then on his left, Kaya Gilbertson, who I'd go so far to say is the youngest in this B final. So
they've already had 2 races, haven't they? Heats and then there's semis. This is the B final, then the men's A final, and Kalani Gilbertson has made it through to there. So that's going to be one heck of a race. The men's A final follows this B final now. So they're looking for World Championship selection, aren't they? And they won 1,000.
All lined up down there. So we raced, what did we race? We raced our heats and semis with a tailwind. Now we're racing it with a sidewind, so sign of a good true athlete. It's not going to affect them.
It has. It's turned more side on, hasn't it, than it was earlier. It was more head and side, and started with a tail, as you said. It's just getting down there and not letting it worry you. It's like you when you're playing golf. You don't worry about which way the wind's coming from.
The only thing I like about golf is that, what is the 9th hole?
The 19th.
The 19th.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I remember playing in Australia, and it was mandatory to stop after the 9th because being so hot, you had to take on fluids, so you couldn't play through. I thought that was a good rule. You had to go in and rehydrate.
I'm not sure that is drinking alcohol classed term to rehydrating. Right, how are they settling in down there? Not yet ready. What will it be like down that far end, John? Does that wind take more effect in that area on the bend or not?
It is. It absolutely does. The tailwind is, well, you can see you're sheltered in the lee of the land there. But right now, though, they'll be suffering. We just heard from the starter down there. They've just lost their speaker system. Just noticing through the program there, particularly in the Masters. For the first time, I didn't see any of the Davies boys, AJ, Brendan, and also probably just a bit too much racing. Another old horse that I haven't seen, Sean Murphy.
I thought you'd change topics totally to horse racing.
Oh, we've spoken about the rugby, spoken about the golf, why not horses? Yeah. Sean just competed in the marathons once again, and through, I think it was the Murray in Australia. Oh, you know, they paddle about 50k a day, 30k a day, 60k a day, and he took that out again. Congratulations to Sean. Just while we're waiting for this race, we'll just the music perhaps.
다른 세상을 만들어주는 걸 너는 내 편이자 나의 호주니까 지금 이 시련도 결국엔 잠시니까 너는 언제까지나 지금처럼 밝게만 빛나줘 우리는 너를 따라 이긴 밤을 수놓고 너와 함께 날아가 When I'm without you I'm crazy 자 어서 내 손을 잡아 We are made of each other baby You are my universe Just wanna put you first Hard done by you. Something's looking better.
Okay, thanks for your patience, folks. We just had to run a megaphone up to the start line. We just had a wee bit of technical problems there. But looks like the B final, we're all lined up, ready to go. It would have been a little bit stressing for the athletes. So just quickly through the teams again. So we've got Swirl in lane 1, Morris from Australia lane 2, Gilbertson, Kayak that is in lane 3, Fred Tier lane 4, Bailey Clues Australia in lane 5, another Australian, Emerson Simone in lane 6, Michael Dunbar from Australia in lane 7, 4 Australians. Gosh, I've got to get a placing surely. Liam Lace, Wanganui in lane 8, and Will Spencer, Australia. 5 Australians. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Gosh, and they're nowhere near settled down there. John, that's pretty awkward, I think.
Yeah.
But they've got the megaphone, you'll be able to hear it from where you are.
So did we just have a wee false start there, did we, John?
I don't think so. I think we just...
I'm just seeing a boat at 90 degrees to us.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
I see that, I get a little bit suspicious. Yeah.
They're all still holding steady. Now it looks a bit better. Just waiting for that lane 4, the red boat, to back up. That's Fred Tier, you see, using his experience just to unsettle the rest of the field. There you go.
He's a true gentleman, is Fred. I doubt if he'd be playing the mind games. Maybe in his, in his earlier days.
Yeah. They look to be okay down there on the line now. This is the B final of the men's K1 1000.
Yeah,
we get the go.
Start. Yeah, clean start away.
They all look to have started smoothly. So Sewell from Wanganui, Morris Australia, Gilbertson North Shore, Tier Arawa, then Clues, Simone, Dunbar Australia. Lane 8, second from the outside is Lace of Wanganui, and Spencer of Australia is on the far side. In lane 5 it looks like Clues of Australia might have made the first impact. Spencer of Australia too on the far side. I'll see how they go when they come through the 500, which is tantalisingly close as they look at it from the sweaty position they're in.
Still very close. Once again, throw a blanket over it. B final taken. It's good to see them taking this seriously. So I think I'm just still going to give that to lane 5. Bailey from Australia.
Yep, and maybe on the outside, do you think, John, in lane 9, that's Spencer of Australia, looks to be promoted a little bit inside of him, and that's Lace of Wanganui.
So we may quite possibly just have Australia 1, 2 and 3 here. When we looked at that semi-final, it's not surprising. But lane 8, Liam Lace.
So 5 is Clues, Spencer is 9, Lace is lane 8. They look to be the 3 who are out in the front at the moment. Lane 2, that's Jake Morris of Australia. Sewell inside him, 3 is Gilbertson. 4 is Fred Tier.
Way back. Wrong Fred. I think that's semi-final. Probably done in a bit.
Yeah, but a disappointment, and they're almost into the final.
Yeah.
So now they're coming to good view for you on the bank, having a look, and this is where you start to applaud your teammate. So Angus Silver's in lane 1 from Louis. Jake Morris, Australia, is up there and challenging. Gilbertson of North Shore is in lane 3. Out on the centre bar is Bailey Clues of Australia. Will Spencer of Australia in 9. Inside him is Lace of Louis. Will it be Australia in 1, 2 and 3? Because Jake Morris is looking good in lane 2.
I think if it's going to be an Australian 1, 2 or 3, I think
Spencer?
Yeah, Liam Lace from Wanganui, maybe the only guy that can get up and break this Aussie dominance.
So Spencer on the outside from Australia. Inside him is Lace, working overtime now to try and close the gap on Clues, the early leader from lane 5. Morris of Australia down in lane 2. Certainly it's going to be Spencer of Australia. Liam Lace coming home well.
He certainly got.
Big push now from Clues, and Clues is going to just pit, or did he not? I don't know. Clues and Lace together, and Morris finishing in 4th place.
So Liam denied the Wellesley 1, 2, 3. Right, folks, there shouldn't be anybody up in the tents now. It should all be down at the water's edge or in the stands, because here's one of our first blue ribbon events for this Nationals. Not taking it away from the age groupers, of course, but the final of the men's K1 1,000 metres. In lane 1, Kalani Gilbertson. Lane 2, James Munro. Lane 3, Ben Duffy from the Ottawa Club. Lane 4, Casey Natagi from the North Shore. Lane 5, Quade Thompson, Poverty Bay. Lane 6, Ben McCullum from Waitara. Lane 7, Zico Vesley from Australia. Lane 8, Sam Firkins, Poverty Bay, and out there in lane 9, Grant Clancy from North Shore. And we've got a good clean start. So we do have international flavour in here with Australian. He raced very, very well in his semi, didn't he, John?
Sam Firkins here in lane 8, and Zico Vesley, we've seen a lot of him. He's got a big program in lane 7. Ben McCallum in lane 6 is the title holder. Now this, incidentally, is the first of possibly 3 trial races for selection for the World Championships for the New Zealand combinations. Whoever wins this, and I think they're taking the top 3 through to a second race later this afternoon. No, tomorrow that is, and if needed there'll be a 3rd race, a bit similar to what we had last year with Amy Fisher and Lisa Carrington. This is the men's K1 1000.
Oh, and looking down that, the first 250 completed. It is very, very tight. If anything, we can only say 1 or 2 are slipped back, but the others are still very tight.
Well, I'm looking at lanes 5 and on the outside, who's that? Grant Clancy of North Shore, but it's always deceptive from this angle. 5 is McCullum, the defending champion. Quade Thompson, it's Quade Thompson in lane 5, isn't it? So he started well in his heats. So Thompson and McCullum, they are right up together against each other. On the far side, that's Clancy of North Shore.
I just saw Quade just looked like just going into that 500, he just went bang. And he's still going bang. He's putting some big ones in now. Looks like he's still putting in a nice big kick here. This is where he wants to break them.
He is too. He might be about half a boat length ahead of McCullum. These two really have asserted themselves through the halfway. So not just a national title at stake here, but also the first step towards being involved in the New Zealand team at the World Championships. And when we look at this team here, crew here, we've had Duffy, Firkins and McCullum and Munro all went to the World Champs last year. Still lanes 5 and 6. That's Thompson just in front of McCallum. Top of the list on lane 9 there is Clancy. We know Monroe's a fast finisher, but he's a long way back here in lane 2. Gilbertson in lane 1. In lane 3, that's Ben Duffy starting to make a move.
He is making a move, and I'm just looking now as Quaid. Surely not, he's just looking a little bit tired on that kick. His stroke's just shortening up a little bit. And here's Big Kick on his right hand side in that pink boat. Ben McCullum. The old double vision blurring. Quaid's got he's seen it coming. Down here in the orange boat looking for third. That's lane 2. James Monroe.
I just said he's a long way back, but he's a fast finisher, and we've seen that before. He might get up, and he's going to get up ahead of Duffy, but it is Thompson and McCallum. Thompson's going to take the title in lane 5. McCallum, will he hold off? Gosh, Monroe's finished fast. He did this last year too. Came from a long way back and gets up for third. And who's going to get fourth up at the top there? That's Grant Clancy just ahead of Ben Duffy. And in between them all, Vesely of Australia. Casey Nataki also finished well. Gosh, that was a good race. Very, very good. Sam Firkins all the way up at the top, featuring just outside the top 4. So that's Thompson, McCullum and Duffy. Well, some of those will race again tomorrow, maybe twice. We'll see. The title for 2023 goes to Quaid Thompson. Ben McCullum, who is defending his title, finishes second. And I think it was Monroe getting through for third place.
Right, event 33, the Masters men. They did the heats, did the semis, now the final.
centre of the field who are battling for second and third, but no doubt about it, the leader is Albie McGuinness.
She's racing well, straight down the middle of the lane. She hasn't even had a look. I always watch the athletes for that, you know, if they have a little wee look left or right, but no. She's focused on that finish line. Great discipline.
Always heeding those words, you don't know what's behind you. So
no.
Just focus on what's in front.
Oh, she hasn't really made a race of this one.
No, she'll have time to stop and turn around and look when she crosses the line. To her right, the Japan Canoe Federation's Nanami Tomari is second. Following her in lane 2, looks like Maya Padrut. Greta Cox of Wanganui in lane 5, and here in lane 1, Jessica McDonald of Arawa. So now the Australian can look around and she'll see the rest of the field just sort of coming across the finish line.
Yeah.
So she knows she'd done exactly what she wanted to do, and that was get out, set her pace and stay there, and has won that 4th heat.
She would have got a crick in her neck looking around there. She was that dominant in that race. Right, look what's coming up, John. Event 43, the first of the big girls. This is going to bring out the spectators. So the open woman, K1 500 metres. No athlete in lane 1. We've got Sophia Lawson and Karapiro in lane 2. Ninoi Dis from North Shore in lane 3. Madison Garrett from Ottawa in lane 4. Amy Fisher, lane 5, and you wouldn't believe who's racing right next door to her, Lisa Carrington, lane 6. A little final within a heat.
Yes.
And first time we're going to see racing in New Zealand, and for our kayak, Danielle McKenzie. Most athletes will know her as a surf sport athlete. And then Hayley Cameron from North Shore in lane 8.
Of course, it wasn't by any means just about 2 people, but in fact it ended up being just about 2 people, with the now Dame Lisa Carrington, 5-time Olympic gold and 12 times world champion, and Fisher, 2021 champion. And last year it came down to a 3-race showdown. First race was the heat, second race was the final, and then because that was a 1 each situation, they raced again on the Monday morning, and Carrington won race 3 last year and then went on to win the world title again. So can Fisher turn it? Can the pair of them force us into a best of 3 again, or a 3rd race? Here we go.
And they're just having a wee problem with the starting system down there, so we might be a little bit delayed in this. So neither of these athletes like taking a back step. I can't ever recall Lisa in any heats or semi-finals ever getting a second. She likes to pop out and win. So she'll want to get one over Amy, and Amy much the same. So you know who I feel sorry for in this one is the rest of the athletes.
Yeah.
Because these 2 ladies are going to get out of here. Yeah. Nothing's won in this heat. So, open woman, first heat.
So Fisher is in lane 5 and Carrington in 6. As you look down there, we've got an empty lane 1. So lane 2, and they're away, and we'll see the lots of splashes, the 2 keen protagonists Carrington and Fisher get away and blitz away out of the starting area. In lane 3, Madison Garrett starts well, but look already, 3 from the outside of this. That is Carrington who gets the better start.
She's in that ominous black boat.
So Carrington gets the better start, not for the first time in her life. This is the K1 500. It's just the heat. They know they've got more racing to go. But as for selection for the World Championships, this is important.
So coming down into the high-glow boys there, the fluoro boys. I still can't pick anything from this angle, John. Maybe just... I've called that race before and I got it wrong.
Yeah, Carrington by a bit, that's about all, but it's you don't win it at the start, do you? It's about now where Fisher has proved to be a real handful in recent times. So Carrington's aware of the challenge. That famous style of hers now, totally focused, smooth through every part of the operation. Fisher closes, Carrington has it.
Lisa's got this.
So 20 metres to go. That's a bit too far for Fisher to make the impact. And it's going to be Carrington first blood at these national championships. She wins her heat. Amy Fisher is second out of lane 5.
And a great race, I've got to say, from Daniel McKenzie over there in lane 7. She would have got a shock because you know, what's these athletes doing way ahead of me. But well done to her.
Sophia Lawson, Madison Garrett, and then we've got in lane 3 Nini Dissa, and up at the top that's Hayley Cameron.
Just coming down here now in lane 3, yes.
So what do you take out of that, John? Is that
as I say, it's everything I thought it would be because no quarter expected and no quarter given.
Yeah.
So you know, it was just a heat. It absolutely means nothing. It's the final that's going to be the race to watch, and then the selections after that. So the other 2 races, if we need be. Now we've spoken about rugby, we've spoken about golf, so we really need to talk about tennis. So like we had seeded them, I'm sure we wouldn't have seen those 2 ladies in the same heat, but just goes to show how indiscriminate the sport is. It's just the draw that you got. You'd be happy if you're the other athletes coming up in these other heats. Yeah. So, good to see. Good to hear the applause out there too.
That's right. And we've got, Samalula Clifton, Alicia Hoskin, Olivia Brett, all coming up. Tara Vaughan, of course, all been New Zealand representatives over the last 12 months. So there's plenty of talent waiting, and we'll see them, some of them in this heat, and the rest of them in heat 3. I like it when someone puts the aircon on and it's actually blowing hot air, so I might just have to switch it off for you.
So a good, nice, clean start here for the second heat of the Open Women's. Nobody in lane 1, no athlete in lane 1. In lane 2, we've got Rebecca Scott from Bay of Plenty. Chelsea Yentz from Australia in lane 3. Tara Vaughan from North Shore in lane 4. Fellow athlete Brooklyn Saunders, North Shore lane 5. Emma Kemp from Mana. Well, Emma's going to find this race a little short at only being 500 metres. Jasmine Raywood from Australia in lane 7. And Lucy Mataheri from Otago in 8.
So Lucy's in the under-23 team for the World Championships as representative in the K1 500, so we'll be watching her form here out of lane 8, and already it's pretty impressive as you see her in black way up at the far side of of the lanes.
So it's going to come down between Lucy and I'd say Tara Vaughan in the pink boat. So good racing way out there in lane 8 by Lucy Matahiri from Otago. But I'd just give it to the North Shore athlete on the inside here in the pink boat. It's Tara Vaughan from North Shore.
Well, you'd think that she's definitely in line for open selection for the World Championships. She'll be one of those in contention. She was at the World Championships last year, but Lucy Matahari is certainly showing that her selection in the juniors or the under-23s.
She's just had a great kick in this last 150. Gosh, she's looking strong.
Jasmine Raywood in lane 7, she'll finish in 3rd, and inside of her is Emma Kemp. So a good win for Matahari, ahead of Tara Vaughan. This is the heats, remember, so they've got more races to go in this, the women's K1 500. So now we'll be seeing the competitors for the 3rd heat come in, and we've got New Zealand representatives with the likes of Olivia Brett from Ottawa. She'll be in lane 3, and Alicia Hoskin, of course, Olympian, in lane 6. So the World Championships Opens are in Duisburg in Germany, 23rd to the 27th of August, but there are World Cup events prior to that. They appear to be ready to go in this 3rd and final heat. Demi Bates of Australia is in 4, so no one in lane 1. Which for Olivia Brett out of lane 3 from Ottawa.
Looks like we just had a wee bit of a false start. Just having a wee trouble with our starting mechanism down there. Back into the starter's hands now. And that's a nice clean start for the 3rd and final heat of this Open Woman K1 500. Julia Padroot from Waitara, Olivia Brett, Ottawa, Demi Bates, Australia, 2 North Shore athletes, 5 and 6. Then we've got Poverty Bay, Alex Birmingham, and lane 8, Samalulu Clifton from North Shore. Oh, and who's that out there? Looks like Alicia
That's Hoskin. She's got away to a great start. So too Brett in lane 3, second from the inside. So these 2 national representatives have started well on their way to contesting, and being up there with the likes of Carrington and Fisher, who pre-race suggested would dominate this event, but these athletes as well want to be there in the semis and keep them honest. So Brett in lane 3, out in the middle, that's Hoskin, Alicia Hoskin in lane 6 And up at the top there, just fading a bit, is Clifton, Samalulu Clifton. So Hoskin holds the slight edge.
And Olivia Brett down here in lane 3 in the blue boat. Good to see the course very fair across all lanes, John. Some courses do have a bias towards one lane or the other depending on the wind conditions. But, you know, we're having winning from all the lanes.
Yes, we are.
See, you know, across here, down here, in the middle there.
Brett just putting in a spurt here over the last 50. This is all practice, isn't it? Training and getting mental preparation right for the semi-finals and finals. But Hoskin takes it, Brett in second place. And up at the top there, is that Birmingham no, not Birmingham, that's in lane 8.
Lane 8.
Yeah, that's Clifton, Samalulu Clifton. So we've got our semi-finalists sorted, so some good racing here, and that's what we expected, the women's K1 500. Next, we've got 3 heats of the 16 and under men's K1 5.
And good to see them bang into the starts. As soon as the one race finishes, they're just called on, and it's good to see. So under 16 men, Ben Tulloch, Wanganui. Lane 2, Fletcher Cameron, Bay of Plenty. Matt McKendry from New Zealand, Poverty Bay, they had to race under the New Zealand flag. Charlie Cornwall from Australia. Haruki Kotera from Japan in lane 5. Yihua Wang from Singapore in lane 6. We've got a nice international flavour in there, John. Dane Worcester, Bay of Plenty in lane 7. Sam McAllister from Ottawa in lane 8. And who was that?
Shinasuke Koida, North Shore, and I thought, looking at that, I thought, we've got 2 Japanese. No, Haruki Kotera is in lane 5, and Cornwall of Australia in lane 4, so with Singapore's 1, and so they're taking up the overseas visitors in lane 4, 5 and 6. That wind is unpredictable, isn't it? We're not experiencing it up here. We're nice and sheltered from it all, but 5 minutes ago the flags were limp, and now they've picked up again. Still coming from the right-hand side of the course as we see the start of this race, the first heat of 3 16 and under men. And if we look through those all lanes taken, in lane 6, we can see a good start there from the Singaporean competitor, Yihua Wang.
Well, Singapore must have a good coaching program, because the young lady we raced in her age group, she did well.
Matt McKendry, Poverty Bay, is in 3, so he's right up there. Alongside of him is Cornwall of Australia. But certainly Singapore in the front at the moment as they go through almost the halfway stages of this 500.
He just got hit. I just saw the 3 athletes on the outside there. They all just went woo together. So that's a little bit of a wind gust come through, hit all 3 athletes. Oh, it's still very close, first, second and third though. Just a wee kick down here from lane 3.
So that's McKendry from Poverty Bay, and the Aussie Cornwall is in 4, and in 6 it's Huang, who led from the start but might be swallowed up over the last 100. McKendry puts it on. He knows the competition is coming from inside him in the white, and the Australian in lane 4, that's Charlie Cornwall. So McKendry looking to try and hold out Cornwall, and McKendry finishes well. McKendry's going to take this by nearly half a length. Very good.
Very smooth. Of course, she's got nice long levers.
Lanes 4 and 6, that's Cornwall and Wang of Singapore. And Japanese Haruki Kotera might have been 5th, just behind Worcester. Not Worcester, that's McAllister out there from Arawa. So that's something to be heartened by, the form there of Matt McHenry in the first heat.
Right, as we wait for the second heat of these three heats, and there's under 16 men's, Ollie Egan from Poverty Bay in lane 1, McRae Ferguson from Arawa in lane 2, Ollie Fredrickson from Eastern Bay in lane 3, Yosuke Adachi from Japan in lane 4, Mate Ellis from Australia in lane 5, Dylan Monk with New Zealand honours racing for out of the Arawa Club in lane 6, Evan Ching, Singapore, lane 7, Charlie Maston, Bay of Plenty in lane 8, and Travis Carnegie from Mana in lane 9. So all the lanes are full.
They look to be set down there too. I've had the okay.
Again, another nice clean start. Oh, these held pontoons that bring us back on time 110. We're 5 minutes out. We're pulling it back minute by minute on each race.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So a great start there from, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, lane 5, Australia. Mate Ellis.
Also good from the man alongside him, and that's Dylan Monk of Arawa. He was not quite as quick out of the blocks, but certainly quickly into his stride. His stroke, I should say, of course. And now settles in comfortably. So we've got, 2 or 3 here pretty much in a line. We go from lane 9, 8, lane 7. Looking good. That's Ching of Singapore, lane 7 in the white with the red top. Monk of Arawa inside him in the black. And then we've got in the red boat, that's Alice of Australia.
Look who's sneaking down here in lane 1, Ollie Egan from Poverty Bay. He's doing well too, but I certainly think it's those guys in the outside lanes over there, John, as you called it.
We'll see whether the Singapore Ching, whether he actually lasts it, because they have been run down a wee bit over this distance. Very good start from him. Nice stroke. Looks complete and relaxed.
And I think you called it because look who's coming through now is our Dylan Monk from the Arawa Club in lane 6, is it? Yeah. He hasn't kicked. He's just kept that stroke nice and long. And I think sadly with 7 the wheels just fell off a bit, but he's just kept the stroke, kept the power on. Well done to him. That's all he needed to do in this heat. And that's good convincing win, but good, well done the Singapore athlete from lane 7. That concludes our... I didn't quite just miss that.
The Aussie got third, Mate Ellis, So that's cool. That's the second of 3 heats. We've got 1 more to go in this, and again we've got the international flavour.
Just coming home here now, lane 2, McRae Ferguson, and out there in lane 9, well done Travis Carnegie from Mana. Excellent racing.
In a couple of years' time, when Travis is still here, he'll have grown a foot and be powerful and be up there dominating. So good on you, mate. Well done.
Oh, we've all been there.
Yeah.
What are those guys doing way up ahead of me?
I'm still waiting to grow.
Alright, into the final heat 3 of 3 in this under 16 men's K1 500, all 9 lanes full. I love seeing all these 9 lanes filled up. Okay, quickly through. Adam McFarlane from Arawa in lane 1, Charlie Anderson, Wanganui lane 2, Ben Edwards from Karapiro in lane 3, Titus Ching from Singapore lane 4, Connor Jacob, Australia lane 5, Shun Ibara from the Canoe Federation, he's in lane 6. Maxwell Kennedy, Poverty Bay, again, he gets to race with New Zealand Honours. Lewis Monk, Arawa, in lane 8. And Bay of Plenty, Caden Nogaji from Bay of Plenty.
That's it. There you go.
Good, nice clean start there, John.
Oh yeah, and I was keeping my eye on Maxwell Kennedy out in lane 7, and he didn't miss a beat. He was quickly into his stroke, so look for him out in lane 7. Inside of him is Ibara of Japan in lane 6. Connor Jacob of Australia in 5, so he's prominent as well, as is Ching of Singapore in lane 4. So we see Ching in the red, lane 4, looks to have an advantage, as the Singaporeans must have their starts well organised.
Yeah, I think they've been drilled for 200 metre racing, because all athletes, they're just jumping out, but then what's happening, what happens here, they just get clawed back over this last 200 metres. And it looks like that might be happening with the Australian athlete, Connor Jacob from Australia, is just making inroads into that very, very fast start by Ching from Singapore.
Yep, 200 metre race would have suited him perfectly. So he's still in front, but already will be aware of Connor Jacob on his right and the white. Still got, a quarter of a boat length advantage, but it's slowly being eaten up, not only by Connor Jacob, but also by Maxwell Kennedy of Poverty Bay.
Yeah. He told him like he had a little micro rest there for about 4 or 5 strokes just to catch his breath, and then he's gone bing again. I have never seen a race planned like that where you actually take a deep breath and slow it right down, but it works. He's jumped, he's gone again like another, so he's had like 2 little separate races in a race, 2 200s.
He would have been only a quarter of a boat length ahead at the halfway, and is now going to finish a good boat length and a half clear. Fast finishing Poverty Bay's Max Kennedy gets up for second, for third, behind Connor Jacob of Australia. Well, that's something to look forward to for the final.
That will be I don't know if he'll be able to keep that race plan when he gets up into the open level, but if it works for him at the age group, why not?
Yep.
And that's after all what a coach is for. I've never seen 2 distinct go for a 200 and then a real big micro pause like that. Maybe it was just the win that he, he kicked that final 200 home. If it works for him, good luck. Right, so that concluded the under 16 men's. That was the 3rd heat, going into the open men's now. K2. 2 heats of this. We've got no crew in lane 1. We've got Wanganui, Māori Sport, Ross and Clifton in lane 2, as I say. North Shore, Gilbertson and Clancy in lane 4. We're from Arawa, Duffy and Munro. Watch them.
Yeah.
They will fly out of this. Lane 5, Hawke's Bay, Moles and Labour. Lane 6, Waitra, and these guys will fly out. Yeah. McCullum and Firkins.
Yeah.
And lane 7, Australia. Well, they're Australian, they're going to fly out anyway. So, Clues and Spencer, and of course, they're off.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Look out for lane 4. See what Duffy and Munro, as they combine, they're pretty good individually.
Just on the inside of them, in their white boat though. That's North Shore.
Gilbertson and Clancy.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. This combination of Duffy and Munro in lane 4 are making some sort of signal to the rest as they come through, not quite halfway, but they have a little bit of an advantage. To their right, It is the Hawke's Bays, Moles and Laver, but we've been working for and waiting for McCallum and Firkins to strike. They are starting to do that now in lane 6.
Yes, they are. They're coming home strong. I'm thinking a K2 500 though, you can let your opposition get away that far, that quick.
Oh, they have though.
Yeah.
Gosh, look at this now, it's down to 2.
Coming home. Yeah, it's a 2-horse race. Oh, that's the sort of stuff that gives your coach heart attack. Why'd you leave it so late? But they are coming home strong.
This is
heat.
Yep, this is where Monroe thrives. He loves this last 150 or so, and he and Duffy are combining well. They're pushing on. They're going to take this, and there's some flyers coming behind them, chasing that second place too from McCallum and Firkins. They get there.
Oh, they did enough just to get there. Lane 6 for second spot. That's going to have a big shakedown for the final, though, I think, John.
Yeah.
It's going to be some interesting racing. I love looking at these race plans. Ooh.
I'm pleased you can
probably won't give up coaching. I don't think I'd last my dicky heart. Right, so Heat 2 for the Open Men's K2 500. No athletes in lane 1. It's the first time we're going to see Curtis Emery race here now in Mana with Firkins. We've got lane 3 North Shore, Nataki and Bull. Lane 4 Ottawa. Don't know who's in that. We've just got Ottawa Open Men. Lane 5 Eusterhausen, an athlete. And lane 6 Brown and Lagarth. And lane 7 Kokimore. Haven't seen him at all. And Ethan Moore from Ottawa. Jake. So a few athletes showing their faces for the first time.
Well, they see Lagarth there. He won the gold with Duffy in 2022 from Wanganui. They're in lane 6. We've got Emery and Firkins. Emery was at the Olympics, of course, Curtis Emery. First time I've seen him race, as you said. Zach Firkins teaming up with him from Mana. They, as you would expect, start well. They try to strike early.
And they bolted out. So great start there from lane 2 from the Mana pairing of Emery and Firkins.
And in lane 6, isn't it? Is it Brown and Lagarth in lane 6? So pretty good from Emery and Firkins so far.
It's going to be tough, the athletes, when they go home tonight, looking at the racing times, because there's a distinct difference in this wind conditions to the first heat. Coming down now, the last 200 to go. I'll certainly give that to the inside pairing of Emery and Firkins from Mana.
Nataki and Bull just outside them, but a couple away from them and fast finishing. Is that Oosterhuizen, North Shore? Lane 5, is it?
Yes, lane 6.
I thought it would be Firkins and
Lagarth
and Brown, but
lanes 2, 6 and 3
that's
as I
2.
see it. Here comes this big boat must have gone by, because I just saw all 3 of them bouncing up and over a wash.
I've got a bit full there because there's lane 8 in this, and we didn't have it there, but I think they just moved in one, had they? Yeah, only 6 there, so that's right.
Good race. Right, so that was the second heat of the Open Men's. Right, we got another final. The under 14 mixed K4 500. Got a full lanes here. So we've got Wanganui, Stewart, Zimmerman, Toy and Hakaki. Eastern Bay, Roland, Webster, Baxton, Hipkiss. 3, Pernere, Gary and Guard. From Ottawa, they're in lane 3, Newman, Eloff, Hamilton and Merlot. From Hawke's Bay in lane 4, Pitaway, Kinsella, Newman and Wallaby. from Poverty Bay in lane 5, Ferguson, Lee, Cartwright and Schmidt from Karapiro in lane 6. Lane 7, Parker, Stovall, Thomas and Hall in lane 7. Lane 8, Logie, Elmaga, Vaughan and Ormonds in lane 8 from the North Shore Club. And over there in lane 9 from the Bay of Plenty with the athletes Richardson, Worcester, Cameron and Fraser. They're coming into the start now. Due to go at 1:30, so John, we've caught up on time, so big hand to you athletes for doing that. That'll keep Karen happy. And everybody's happy if Karen's happy. Nice stiff breeze coming up. Look at those flags now.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
So what's, you don't want to be drawing lane 8 and 9?
It'll be fair because the wind's blowing across, so I mean if we look over there by those trees we can see it quite sheltered, but they are certainly, we're well over here on this third of the course, aren't we? So everybody will get it.
Yeah.
And just looking out here at the finish line, it looks very fair. Everybody's got it. So yeah, if I was to go for a paddle now, which I assure you I won't, I'd be heading straight over to that other side in the nice and calm, just paddling along in there, and then I'd stop.
I think you get a ride over there and then...
I got for a few paddles over Christmas time.
Oh good,
in the
that's good.
summertime. Yeah,
Yep.
dust the surf ski off, go out there. I enjoy it. I got to say, I do enjoy the taste of salt. I'm very much a fair weather paddler. Like there's no way, even on holidays you'd see me going out. It's got to be, the sun's got to be out, birds have got to be singing. Yeah.
Beach deserted, so no one can see you.
Yeah.
Right, I think we've got all the competitors in their lanes now, just waiting to turn and get ready for this semi-final, first of 3. Oh, no, sorry, no, what are we up to?
K4,
Yeah.
final. Lost our race program there for a moment. We got it back.
I got it back.
You did, John. Thank you for that. So just swinging the K4s around now. I can still unless the guys adjusting their seats or because they're parallel to that pontoon. where it's going to stay. Nobody will take that away from her. And probably 2 over from her. It's very hard to say. No. Beg your pardon, that's probably Australia. That's Bella McBennett from Australia there in lane 5. Yes, definitely, that's Bella McBennett, Australia, lane 5. Well done, Bella. Just on her right, that is Isla Joyce. But certainly coming down here in lane 5, Bella from Australia. Oh, there's a big race now off here between lanes 6 and 7 in this final heat.
Joyce looking to pick up Marcoy.
I think she is. I think she's just going to get her on the line, or maybe not. Oh, that's another close one. Excellent racing there in the 3rd and final heat of the under-18 woman. Too close to call from here. We'll leave that up to the line judges who got up for 2nd and 3rd. But coming up now, event 58, Open Women's K1 500, 2 semi-finals. You got the semi-final list there, John?
Yep, just got them here now, mate. That's good. So some went straight through to the final. And so we've got the 2 semi-finals, and the first of those features Chelsea Gents of Australia and Demi Bates, also from Australia. Sophia Lawson of Karapiro. Jasmine Raywood of Australia. Then Danielle McKenzie and Samarulu Clifton from North Shore. Emma Kemp, Mana, Madison Garrett, Ottawa, and Julia Padrett of Waitra. So those are the races who will line up for the Open Women's K1 500 first semi-final. We had the heats earlier on, and some athletes went straight through to the next stage. So 2 semi-finals. Just a reminder, athletes, to bring your numbers back, please. We haven't got that many that you can keep them all day, so please bring them back to the Waipa Home of Champions tent area. The first one on your side in front of the tents, where all those boats are that were not meant to be there. But I can understand dragging them back up the top, and there's not much room up there either, is there? So please bring your numbers back. They're now running short of numbers.
All right, got a good clean start in this first semi-final of the Open Women's K1 500. Big splash and dash this. They'll be coming down the course ultra quick. I'm interested in lane 5, Danielle McKenzie. I mean, she's a great exponent of the surf ski. And she looks like she's doing well here as well. I don't know how long she's been in the K1 training. But it's nice to see her out here. I know her dad well.
Yeah, so those 3 lanes, 4, 5 and 6, look as though they're doing it at the moment. Jasmine Raywood of Australia, Danielle McKenzie, as you mentioned, and Samarulu Clifton. But there's some people poised out wide, aren't they? Look up in the top lane, and Julia Padrett of Waitra.
Yep.
And down here in lane 2, also threatening, that's Demi Bates of Australia. Only half the race gone. Anything could happen here because there's only a couple that you would say are out of this race.
And Raywood from Australia in lane 4, just on her side now. Danielle McKenzie, North Shore. So it might be, Danielle McKenzie doing very, very well. She might be up to win her first K1 event. That'll be a comfort to her. And she has got that distinctive surf ski style. The strength is there in that shoulders, and the fluent rotation of K class paddling will come in time, but
She's got a second gear, hasn't she?
yes, she is. Right about this time, I bet she'll be wishing for a wave. Isn't that exciting to see?
Yeah.
Well done, Danielle. Welcome to the sport of K class paddling. Looks like you've been here all the time, and very close between the Australian athletes.
I think Raywood got it in lane 4, and it may have been Clifton actually in North Shore from in 3rd, maybe not. Yeah, that was nice. I like that, Danielle McKenzie.
So we got Daniel, and then maybe 2nd, Raywood from Australia, and Samalulu Clifton, I think, yep, got up for 3rd. Okay, another semi-final. I love all this exciting racing. You can call them out.
I will, mate. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, not as many in this. We've got 6 competitors. Christy Tate, she lines up in 2 from North Shore. Then Hayley Cameron of North Shore, and Brooklyn Saunders, North Shore, and Nenny Dissay of North Shore. So it's a North Shore race through the first 4 lanes, and then we go to Alex Birmingham of the Polly Bay Kayak Club and Rebecca Scott, Bay of Plenty Paddle Sports. Second semi-final, K1 500 for women.
I'm sure Brooklyn Saunders used to race out of the Mana Club, just maybe up in Auckland now. Uni changed to the North Shore Club. You never forget your first club, your home club.
Yes, it'd be interesting to have a competition with, members, competitors representing their first club.
Yeah.
Their club of birth or whatever.
Club of origin.
Yeah, absolutely. There'd be a few different. Some would be still representing the same club they started with, but others have moved around for a variety of reasons. Just waiting. What's it? We're at 14:08, so we're 2 minutes early, everyone. Great stuff.
That's why they're just, as I say, they're just sitting there hugging the pontoon. Now, I'm not going to spend any more energy just floating around there trying to stay above the water. I'll just hug this pontoon.
Right, they're pointing in the right direction now, and the starter is chatting to them, getting them ready to go.
Four North Shore athletes. They're the first 4 closest to us. Lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. So at the very minimum, North Shore is going to get a 3rd here.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a very proud club. They won't be happy with a 3rd. Of course, there's always club points, and you want to get that, be that top club at the end of on Sunday afternoon. When Karen accumulates all the points, you want to be that top club.
There they go. Oh, falsy.
K4, just the K4, young guys going out there, just slow down a little bit, please. Or not. Thank you. Just a second false start for the day, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think it is actually. Yeah, that's right.
The first one, of course, the Masters men.
Yeah.
Got that one out of the way.
That K4 that you talked to are probably racing to get down to the start line because they're the next race. Oh no, one to go after us.
Thank you to your athletes. That's very considerate of you. Because look how calm it is now. We know the wind comes up, but the wash does go right across the course. And we saw a race here where all three of them there boats look like little dolphins playing in the surf. Anyway, we finally got away here in our second semi-final of the Open Women's K1 500. No athlete in lane one, but certainly looking out there, who jumped out was Christy Tate from North Shore and Brooklyn Saunders over there in lane 4, club mate. So the first 4 athletes closest to us are all North Shore athletes. And over there in the red boat, who's going to spoil the party by the looks of things, John, is Alex Birmingham from Poverty Bay. Good for her. Get up there, Alex.
Well, she's certainly done given herself every chance over the first couple of hundred. So 4 North Shore clubs, lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. Lanes 2 and 4 looking good at the moment. That, as you mentioned, Tate and Saunders. But it's Birmingham from Poverty Bay who's out there sticking with them. North Shore perhaps first and third. Poverty Bay possibly second, or just vying for the lead now.
Just she looks like she's coming through. Settled down. Probably sitting at around, the 50, 58 strokes a minute, and then she's just going to slowly pick that up.
So that's Birmingham in the red boat, second from the outside. She's in lane 6, but she's probably half a boat length back on the leader, Saunders of North Shore. Yep, Saunders looks good, doesn't she? You see, just notice the difference of body positions, and as you compare the two of them, that's a really good fast last 50 that she's putting in now, making the most of it. It may be will be a 1 and 2 for North Shore, because Christy Tate is following her clubmate through, and she might just get up to take second. Not quite. No, Birmingham just held on for second for Poverty Bay.
And it looks like over there in lane 7, Rebecca Scott from Bay of Plenty, and North Shore coming in. Well done. More points. Never know. We've got to make up our final yet.
Yeah, it could come down to this particular race.
Well done, ladies. Right, where are we up to now? Event, get rid of that one.
60.
Event 60. Up to your age now, John. So I
can nearly remember 60.
Open men's K2 500 metres. Here we go, our final. The A final. No B final in this, no, just a straight A final. All right then, all 9 lanes filled up with athletes, which you'd expect. All right, so in lane 1 from North Shore, we got Clancy and Kalani Gilbertson. Lane 2, Bull and Ataki from North Shore. Lane 3, Firkins and McCullum from Whitetap. Lane 4, Firkins and Nimri. They would look great in their heat. Watch out for them. From the Mana Club. Lane 5, Monroe and Duffy. It just gets better. Then we got Lagarth and Brown from Wanganui. And we got a false start. Moles and Labour from 7. Moore and Cookie Moore from 8. And Spencer and Clues from Australian line 9.
Well, watch those two, Clues and Spencer. Individually, they look really impressive out here. But inside, you look at those combinations here. McCullum and Perkins for a start. Well, they're champion athletes. Imrie and Firkins. So Imrie and Zach Firkins, that is. And then you look at Duffy and Monroe and Brown and Lagarth. So you've got class through lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. And then you've got young Casey Nataki, who's in the under-23 New Zealand team. So lots of talent out here. This will be a really exciting race, full of interest. K2 500 men's A final.
Now, the rules for false starting have changed over the years, you know. When you got a false start, an athlete got a warning. And so, you know, the others were fine, we could false start. Then it changed to, after a false start, anybody false starting, you were out. And now, as soon as you false start, you're out.
Well,
So, we're not quite sure what's going to... Will they all come back to line up? Which I think, you know, for a nationals like this, you don't want to see people disqualified, but please remember, folks, false starting, it's a curse on any sport. And we're away this time. So look for the splashing from lane 4. That's Imrie and Firkins. They'll get into their work quick. And over there, that far side, that Australian pairing, as John was saying, Spencer and Clues, because they looked absolutely dominant in their heat. But certainly, lane 4 here, John, they're still winding into it. But I'll tell you what, just on their right, that's Duffy and Monroe. They're not going to let them get away.
well, we know what they're like, and we saw them in the heats, semi-finals as well. They're also sticking close to them, Brown and Lagarth in lane 6. So it's 4, 5 and 6, and maybe not in that order, maybe 4, 6 and 5. That's how you'd see them. The Aussies not quite in the hunt at the moment. So lane 4, lane 6, that's Imrie and Firkins and Brown and Lagarth, but Duffy and Monroe will be ready to pounce if they can, in between them in the white.
Yes, Brown and that Wanganui pairing, here they come. Just going through a little bit of a windy patch there that hit all the boats. And a big kick there, big kick coming home now from Firkins and Imrie. I don't know who called that up, or if they hadn't called it at all, but they have jumped again. Another little bit of a wind gust coming from over the right shoulder here.
Oh, powerful.
Big powerful finish coming from lane 4, but it certainly looks like lane 6, Lagarth and Brown are going to take the silver medal.
Yeah, victory there in the men's K2 500 to Imrie and Firkins out of lane 4. Brown and Lagarth in second place, and in between them, Duffy and Monroe take the bronze medal. The Open Men's K2 500.
Strong finish coming home, I think, for just up for lane 4. Lane 4 was lane 1. That was Gilbertson and Clancy. They're only going to get stronger. Right.
Healthy signs, eh?
Yes,
Yeah.
very healthy. So that's event 60 done and dusted. And back into the under 16, into the age groups. Another final, men's K4 under 14. Yes, 9 lanes. I love looking down at our little bits of paper and seeing all 9 lanes filled up.
So event 61 we're up to.
So, no, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the K2. Sorry, folks. So, straight final here, under 16 men's K4 500. Oh, we're close enough with a full complement. So, Bay of Plenty Paddle Sports, they're in lane 2. Ottawa Canoe Club in lane 3. Poverty Bay lane 4. Mana in lane 5. And keeping them all honest over there in lane 6 is Australia, Cornwall Island. Seems like I'm always reading out that name, and Clue and Dickerman. So Worcester, Nuaji and Cameron and Mayston from Bay of Plenty, Ferguson, Monk and McAllister from Ottawa, Egan, McKendry, Jarvis and Kennedy.
Oh, they look good, don't they? Poverty Bay crew.
Yeah. No, they're looking very good. Anderson, Elof, Tulloch, Kanagi from Mana.
Just waiting for lane 2 to go back in. That's the Bay of Plenty Paddle Sports. This is 16 and under, men's K4, straight final. No fear of getting sunburned today.
I actually threw his sun hat in the car on the way.
I think it'll stay there.
That's Murphy's Law. See, if you put it in, you know you're not going to.
Yeah,
If I hadn't
yeah.
bought it, I would have had a beautiful day. It's not cold though.
No, that's good.
Right, just in there. So we've got the 5 crews.
So the easily distinguishable red of Poverty Bay in the middle of this 5-team race lineup. They're in lane 4. They look to be set. Blades are up and away. And Poverty Bay do start well, but no one's really advanced at the moment out of the 5 of them. In lane 2, that's Bay of Plenty, then Awa alongside, then Poverty Bay. Mana have dropped back a bit off the start, and Australia will be there or thereabouts, of course.
So I was going to say that's so unlike Poverty Bay to get out of the blocks a little bit slow, but they're coming back. But of course on their right is Ottawa, who are always going to be the other fast starting crew. Gee, but aren't they flying out for under 16 men?
Yeah.
Over there, Australia, watch them coming down the course.
Poverty Bay in the red, next to them, that's the Awa Club. On the inside, Bay of Plenty, and just dropping back in lane 5 is Mana. This is a 3-boat race at the moment with Australia in front, Poverty Bay in the white boat.
Yeah, Australia definitely got this by about half a boat length. And they're looking good. Here comes Poverty.
I think, oh shit, I want the breakup. You have to face it, I'm the greatest love that you wasted. But I'm far away, and oh shit, you lost the breakup. And oh shit, you lost the breakup. Wanna believe that you don't have a bad bone in your body, but the bruises on your ego make you go wow, 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 yeah. Wanna believe that even when you're stone cold you're sorry. Tell me why you gotta be so out of your mind, yeah. I know you're choking on your fears, already told you I'm right here. I will stay by your side every night. I don't know why you hide. I know you need the upper hand even when we aren't fighting. Cause in the past you had to prepare every time, yeah. Don't wanna leave, but if you're gonna fight then do it for me. I know you built a love but broken hearts, so just try, yeah. I know you're choking on your fears, already told you I'm right here. I will stay by your side every night. I don't know where you are. To the one that's up and lie, to the one that you love. When you know you can cry, to the one always confide, and the one you can be kind, to the one that you love. When you know you can cry, to the one always confide, and the one you can be kind, to the one that you love.
In a soul without direction, and I've been right where I should be. I've seen skies that reach to heaven, and nights that brought me to my knees.
I've learned to take my own confessions, learned to take care of my dreams.
But most of all, I learned to listen to the silence beckoning. Something's coming, and I'm not scared at all to feel it. Out the dark, I can't see it. Coming, and I'll hear
straight final here, the under 21 women's K1 500, and what a lineup we've got here. 3 representing New Zealand, because we know this is Oceania and Asia Pacific as well. That's Madison Garrett, Julia Pedrot and Sophia Lawson. The Australians have Charlie Smith in 2 and Demi Bates in lane 4 and Jasmine Locke in lane 8. 9 lining up for this final.
Just looking out there at lane 8 now, John. Alison O'Leary Wanganui. She's had a great start. Oh, beg your pardon, Australia.
Yeah, Jasmine Locke out there in lane 8. Really impressive. This is the first race after the break. It's event number 63. So she's making no race of this, Jasmine Locke.
Yes, Jasmine Locke. Sorry, Jas. Oh, you look up again and she's another boat length ahead.
Wow, that's impressive. So in the centre there, lane 5, that's Julia Pedrot, and Julia will be off to the World Champs.
Gosh, it's a strong paddle from her. Well done, Jasmine. Lane 8.
She's just not allowed anyone to get in this.
No.
That's really an outstanding paddle from her. Jasmine Locke in lane 8 from Australia.
And it looks like her clubby mate, Charlie Smith from Australia in lane 2. She's not going to have it all her own way. I think she might just have it.
It's going to be a 1, 2 and 3 Australia here.
It had to happen sooner or later with the numbers. So yes, 1, 2, 3 Australia in the 21.
And Julia Pedrot finishes in 4th place. First New Zealander home. Pedrot, who's in that New Zealand under 23 team in the K2 500 with Lucy Matahari. So that's, well, that says something, doesn't it? Australia just far too strong in this particular event, the 21 and under women's K1 500 final.
I just noticed Julia was paddling without her number there, so I sincerely hope that she didn't go to the tent and there was no number 5s for her. So folks, can you please bring your numbers back? Wouldn't be very good, you know, going to the tent and asking for a number and they're not there and they're just all floating away up in the tent. So please bring your numbers back. As soon as you've done your boat weigh in, drop your numbers back. It may have fallen off. Right, so that was straight final, under 21. Well done out there in lane 8. Jasmine Locke. Clean sweep by Australia, first, second and third.
Now we're up to event 64, which is 3 semi-finals of the K1 500, 16 and under women. Grace Richardson out of Bay of Plenty will start in the first lane. Jacqueline Kennedy of Poverty Bay, Maya Pedrot of Waitara, Hannah Webb of Poverty Bay, then the first of the Australians and the only one in this race, Zoe Moore, Holly Rowland, Eastern Bay, Greta Cox, Wanganui, Addison O'Leary, Wanganui, and Rosara Davis of North Shore. First of 3 semis for the women's under 16 K1 500. Hope you enjoyed your break. It was a pleasant interlude, wasn't it? Took us 20 minutes to get the music started, but by tomorrow we might have it sorted out. Clean start?
Yeah, clean start. So we've got 1 Australian in here, is that what you're saying? Yes, Zoe Moore in lane 5. This is for the under 16. Zoe's made a great start by the looks of it. Also just to her right. Is it Holly Rowland, Eastern Bay? She's representing New Zealand.
So she's in lane 6, Holly Rowland. Looks to be a good start from her on the inside. On her left is the Australian you mentioned, and then also making an impact in lane 4 is Hannah Webb from Poverty Bay. So Australia winning the previous race and taking first, second and third. Big event for them, but now we're into the age group under 16s. So lane 5, lane 6, they appear to be dominating. Moore and Rowland.
In that stripy boat in lane 4, they may look like they've got third place sewn up. That's Mia Padroot from White. Gosh, it's another name. They're only in under 16s, and you feel like you've been calling their name out forever over the years. So they must have done a vicious under 14 program. Yeah.
Well, I think Mia will be well aware that way out in the second to outside lane, Addison O'Leary from Wanganui has appeared in her vision. She'll know that she has a battle if she's to retain that third place. That's a real battle at the front too, isn't it? That's good value.
Yeah, unlike the earlier race, that the Aussie lass, she was out there all on her own. Here we got, some good racing here. It looks like lane 5 for sure. That's Zoe from Australia, just over here on her right. She's not going to give in. God, I love these ding-dong battles. I love the day with the Aussies and the Kiwis in any sport, but it's good to see the still continuing with the younger ones.
So Holly Rowland takes second there, and in lane 4, Hannah Webb did hang on in the yellow and black.
Down on lane
third place.
Fourth, Jacqueline Kennedy. Well done. That was our first semi. So we got 3. So we might wonder if we've got in the program here an A and a B final coming up.
So we've had one Rowland in the one race, finishing in second place. We have another one. It's Layla Rowland in lane 1, Sophie Tasker of Hawke's Bay is in 2, Stella Dark, Australia, Nanami Tomari of Japan, Stella Crossan, Arawa, Poppy Barnes, representing New Zealand out of the Waitara Club in lane 6, Peyton Cortell, that's Hawke's Bay Kayak Racing Club representative, Hope Duffett, North Shore, Amelia Garbutt, Poverty Bay. That's how they line up for the second of these semi-finals. No change to the conditions really. It's been pretty much like this all day, apart from those few flat patches we had early on.
You know, it must be mild out there when you can see the Australians just walking around in their singlets. Can't be too what in this temperature, 30 degrees.
I bet they bought thermal gear as well.
I bet you they would have. Yeah. I hope we get some snow this year.
Do you do a bit of that as well, do you?
I love it. I haven't been allowed to do it for 5 years, and finally last year I got an all clearance from my surgeon to say, hey, you can go up, and I was, I'm looking forward to going up, and then they had no snow. So let's.
Yeah, it was a rugged season, wasn't it, all round?
Yeah. Put the mountain into bankruptcy.
Yeah. Here we go. A sluggish start out of lane 1, not quite having the big up and drive of those in the centre. So lane 4. Nice start out of there. Lane 5 as well. 6 is looking comfortable.
Lane 3, Stella Dark from Australia, and the white boat. Certain irony there, I just can't quite put my finger on, but nevertheless, she's racing well.
I think Poppy Barnes in lane 6 now. I think she's in that blue boat coming through. She's wearing the black, representing New Zealand. Poppy Barnes out of Waitara.
So she'll be looking 2 over to her left, and the Aussie lass will be looking 2 over to her right.
Yeah.
They're probably thinking, you again.
So Stella Dark and Poppy Barnes making this race their own. Barnes takes them through at the moment. Not very little in it though. She might have quarter of a boat length. Maybe a bit more over the Australian, who will finish well. In the green out there to Barnes' right is Peyton Cortell of Hawke's Bay.
Most of them are there or thereabouts, and there's, we do get our odd athlete that falls back a bit, like the girl here in lane 1 from Eastern Bay, Layla Rowland, but she'll come up. It's only the under 16s, given time, good coaching program there. But we're just looking out here in the one view, you're not having to look too far left or too far right, so there's only like 10 metres in it. At the most of the time, when we're coming down to your dead right, John, the Australian girl, no way is she going to give it up here in lane 3. Stella from Australia, she might just get her.
Gee, I hope that Poppy Barnes was aware of that finish.
Yeah.
Because she had a boat length advantage with 50 metres to go, and that was down to maybe no advantage at all at the line.
Well done, Stella. That's what makes your coach happy. You never gave up, and sure, it was only a semi-final, and sure, you were going to make it into the A final anyway, but you said, nah, I'll take this.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of confidence, doesn't it? I can do that, righto. And on the other hand, Barnes will have taken the message.
Right, and we've got the third and final heat here. So from Ottawa in lane 8, and Helena Cairns from North Shore in lane 9. Now we've got the flair, but we don't see any athletes with the New Zealand prestige by their name here. So club athletes, it's your turn to turn it up and take out some international athletes and maybe show the selectors that, hey, you should have put me in there.
So they are underway now. Panea of Ottawa in lane 1. We're looking now for those international athletes and to see whether the Singapore women get away as well as the men, and it looks as though she has too. That's Lim in lane 6, McInnes of Australia on the inside of her in 5, and in 4 it's Sujimoto of Japan.
So those 4 international athletes certainly stamping their authority here on this race.
Yeah, so lanes 4, 5 and 6, particularly 5 and 6, so that's Australia and Singapore.
Just coming down, maybe now just creeping in the white boat there is LB McInnes from Australia. Very close with her, Sugimoto from Japan, lane 4. Can be nutted out between those two, just falling back now there in lane 3. Okamaru from Japan. But I think we've got our A finalists here. So that looks like Sugimoto from Japan, McInnes from Australia, and Lim from Singapore. International athletes, they're probably going, you know what, I've made the A final here, cool, I'll rest up. But no, in they go again, John. Just
it is only, it's a semi, but I don't want to finish second.
We're going to kick again.
Sujimoto, McInnes. Sujimoto holds for the moment and will hold. Nice fillip for her to get through and take this race from McInnes with Lim of Singapore in 3rd place. And coming through now in lane 3, that's Okamura of Japan. So the first of the New Zealanders will be Hayley Stewart of Wanganui out in lane 7. Emma Dixon at 8. And then we've got McDonald, Panea and Kearns. So that's the third of our 3 semi-finals, 16 and under women's K1 500.
So that's the under 16 women's done. Now we've got Masters men, K2, moving on into event 67.
That's right, with Poverty Bay's Kinsella and Cairns. Who's in lane 2? That's Bay of Plenty's Emmett and Cliff. Randall and Schertzer in Waitara from in lane 5. Spencer and Reed from North Shore in 6, and their teammates Simpkins and Logue in lane 7. Masters Men's K2, it's a straight final over 500 metres.
I love the conversations that they have at the end of these races. They can, like, the race will probably last, say, a minute 30, maybe a little bit longer with these guys, but the talk will be an hour or two. On how the race went.
I thought you were going to talk about the talk beforehand, eh?
Oh, that's taken up too.
Yeah, that's been done for weeks beforehand, hasn't it?
Yeah. So some things never change.
So Poverty Bay in the red move into lane 3. They are set. Next to them is Bay of Plenty in black.
I've got to say, the first time in many, many nationals, the Davies boys, AJ and Brendan, not here. Missed them. Gosh, they're normally a shoo-in that you'd see here. Spinning the boats around now. So no crews are in lane 1 or 2. Our first crew over there in lane 3 is Poverty Bay, then Bay of Plenty. 6 and 7, 2 North Shore crews. That'll be the biggest. That'll be a race amongst a race. We don't care where we get, but we've got to beat those guys. We'll care where they get because this is a straight final and a good clean start. 5 crews. Quickly, Poverty Bay in lane 3, Bay of Plenty, Emmett and Cliff in lane 4. Lane 5, Randall and Schertzer.
You talked about the North Shore battle. Look out in lane 6 and 7. They are just going for it, stroke for stroke.
Yeah.
It's almost as if they're talking to each other.
Yeah.
You know, on a string. They're belting it.
Poverty Bay, Kinsella and Kenzo. Oh yeah, those North Shore. It's such a grudge match. Oh.
Isn't that, look, in unison, aren't they? It's stroke for stroke.
Yeah.
They look identical.
They probably do paper, scissors, rocks to see who's going to be in each crew.
Yeah.
That's the laughs that they have, and of course they make up a formidable K4. But once they're in it, once they've got their teams, this is us. Yeah, I think they've got first and second. It might just be that outside crew though, John.
I think so, yeah.
Simpkins and Logue.
Yep.
Just might have the wood over their teammates Spencer and Reed, but Garth Spencer, we won't rule him out. And I just think coming up on the inside here from Poverty Bay, Kinsella and Cairns.
Oh, I think those North Shore guys have made it that we're going to get maximum points out of this for the club. Let's go for it.
And a nice kick again there from the outside lane, lane 7.
Well, they needed it because another kick from Spencer and Reed on the inside. They move up to half a boat length. They move up to about quarter of a boat length. They're moving up almost nose to nose. What a great finish from these guys. That will be the outside lane retaining it, just holding off. Simpkins and Logue win it from Spencer and Reed. Yeah. And Bay of Plenty's, Poverty Bay's Kinsella and Cairns. It's Bay of Plenty coming through now. And Waitara as well. That was a very good finish. You almost sensed with 100 to go that the outside lane had done it. They seem to have that advantage. They look comfortable, but they would have well known that there was some spark left on those guys on the inside.
Well done, guys. Pleasure to watch. So that was a straight final. More points in the bank for your club, a first and second. That's got to be a fistload of points.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, 68, semi-final. Men's, under 16. How many of these got? Only 2 semi-finals?
Yep. We've got, again, from North Shore, that's Shinosuke Koide from North Shore, yep. Ollie Egan out of Poverty Bay, Lewis Monk of Arawa, then Mate Ellis of Australia, and Charlie Cornwall, Australia. Maxwell Kennedy from Poverty Bay, wearing the New Zealand colours. Sam McAllister, Arawa. Shun Ibara of Japan, and Yusuke Adachi, also of Japan. First of two semi-finals.
A good clean start. We're away, all 9 athletes. Just call that. I think it's a waste of time with these young men under 16 trying to call somebody in the first 50 metres. They're just starting to make a show now. Looks like lane 5 just dropping back a bit. That's Charlie Cornwall from Australia. Because on his left and right, really bolting out is Mate Ellis from Australia and Maxwell Kennedy. 2 international lads left and right of them.
It is those two, the ones you mentioned then, in lanes 4 and 6, who have the initial advantage. Some action coming right from further back, looking at lane 2's not totally out of it. Ollie Egan still a bit to catch up though if he's going to from there. But now I think that athlete in the middle of those two, that's Cornwall of Australia, is starting to pick it up now. Half the race gone.
He is foxing a bit. So I think we're going to get our semi-final. Is probably going to be the first 4 and 5th fastest. So when you get things like the 5th fastest, John, it often goes, the guys around 6 and 7 there are within Kui, and they thought, hey, I could be up here for 5th fastest. So what ends up happening is the whole race, there's no let up, we're just rocketing all the way through.
Well, I love this, 50 to go, and it is Maxwell Kennedy who holds a slight advantage, but he can sense Cornwall in the white coming through on his left, and he can sense Ellis of Australia coming through on his left.
Oh, here we go.
Another great finish here. Maxwell can't quite hold them off. Kennedy will finish maybe in 3rd place after all that. And he'd led throughout, but that last 50 metres is turning into be a major turning point for some of these athletes. The finishing of the Australians in, very impressive. So Cornwall, who was back probably a boat length early on, came through and split the two, Kennedy and Ellis, to take that race.
Just thinking if you had put these Singaporean athletes in the boat with the Australians, the Singaporeans with their start and the Australians with their finish.
Yeah.
Yes. Gosh, it's getting dark out there.
It is, yeah.
Well done.
Oh, we're in this tainted windows, aren't we here? So Australia, Singapore, Japan coming up in the next race.
So in lane 1, we've got Ben Tullett from Wanganui. We've got Caden Nogaji from Bay of Plenty. In lane 2, Charlie Mayston in lane 3, he's Bay of Plenty too. Connor Jacob from Australia in lane 4. Evan Ching, Singapore, lane 5. Country mate, Yue Huan Wang from Singapore in lane 6. Harakui from Kotira from Japan. Ollie Fredrickson, lane 8, Eastern Bay, and Charlie Anderson. How many Charlies have we got in this team?
About 2.
Charlie Anderson from Wanganui.
We're one with 2 Ollies in it, and in this day and age of first names being hard to spell, pronounce, or even understand, we've got some ones that we've sort of seen before out there.
Yeah. Haruki Kotira from Japan in lane 7. And a good clean start. So we got 4 internationals in here, 2 Singaporeans, 1 from Japan, 1 from Australia.
Lanes 5, 6, and maybe out wide Ollie Fredrickson in lane 8. But certainly that centre lane's doing it again. In lane 5, that's Singapore. So Evan Ching of Singapore starts very well. Outside of him is Wang, his teammate Yihua Wang of Singapore as well in lane 7. Lane 6, that's 5 and 6 at the moment. So yet again, Mac, we're seeing the Singapore athletes get away really strongly. So their starting sequence is perfect, and They get into their routine and rhythm exceptionally quickly.
The endurance will come another year or two. And as I say, this is you're only 16 years of age, so it'll be very pleasing to see they've got that strength and that good speed out of the blocks. Just to prove a liar of a strong look, now he's kicked on.
Yeah, well, we've seen it in one or two events, and I'm not sure whether it was Ching who did it, but Evan Ching in lane 4 has kicked again and gone well past his teammate, Yi Hua Wang, and the danger now comes from Connor Jacob of Australia. As we know, fast finishing Australians have shown it time and time again. So Jacob now moves into second place. So Singapore first, Australia second, Singapore third. The best of the Kiwis looks to be out Ollie Fredrickson maybe. Inside him is Haruki Kotero of Japan. So it's going to be an international flavour, the first 4.
Great race from Singapore.
Australia, Singapore, Japan, and that might have been Australia as well. Australia in lane 4, that's right. Mayston of Bay of Plenty in lane 3.
Yeah, start in this first semi-final of the under-18 men's. So look out there in lane 5. If our predictions have come true, that's the Singaporean athlete, Pan. And it does look, John, he looks like he's got away well.
He has.
And who's that in the third? That looks like Vesley from Australia. He has also got away well, exceedingly well. So those two athletes, international flair. We've also got Noda from Japan over there in lane 6.
And Shimatsu looks even better there. So I think we've got Australia, Singapore, Japan at the moment, with Australia perhaps slightly advanced on, or advanced Australia, in lane 3, slightly advanced on Singapore in 5, and also on Japan in 7. So it's Vesley, Pan, and Shimatsu.
And it's the athlete from Australia. They cut the 200 metre line first. And I think if we're going to see him out in front, he's not going to relinquish that lead. So once again, there's 2 semi-finals. So it's going to be your first 4 through. So we're looking for that 4th athlete and the 5th fastest. So that's the back tier. They're going to keep these front 2, 3 honest, because how close they are. So you can count up ahead, hey, I've got a good chance of being 5th fastest here.
Well, Pan had another go at Vesley, but couldn't quite do the damage he wanted to, and now eases as Vesley crosses the line first in lane 3 from Australia. Then it's Singapore, and then it's Japan in the second semi-final of the men's K1 500 18 and under.
So yeah, so down here in lane 2 was Angus Baker from Poverty Bay. He got up for 5th spot, so he'll be going, did I do enough to get the 5th fastest spot? We'll soon find out after this next semi-final, which is semi-final 2, 3:40. I think we're going to have a wee wait here because this is 6 minutes to go.
Well, they all look as though they're there ready to start, and next up after that it's 14 under K1 men's semis. So this is event 71, everyone. It's on early, but not by much. So in this we've got Liam Neal of Mana and Callum Gard, Arawa. And lane 3 for New Zealand from the Arawa Canoe Club is Tiago Chamberlain, who's going to contest the Junior World Championships in the K2 500 with Logan Ferguson. So for Tiago Chamberlain, it's a good opportunity to show that he's on the way up and ready for the big battles in July. That's the World Juniors in Oronzo, Italy. Then Kedrick Ang and Jia Xuan Chen of Singapore, Dunbar, Australia, Monk, Arawa, Matsumoto, Japan, and Howard of the Mana Kayak Racing Club, Inc. out in lane 9.
And we've got a nice clean start for this final semi-final of the under 18 men's K1 over the 500 metre distance. So our international athletes in here, we've got 2 from Singapore in 4 and 5, Australia lane 6, Japan lane 8. Good sprinkling there. And just looking as lane 3.
I think there's Chamberlain, isn't it, in 3?
He's racing for Ottawa, of course, but he's also got the New Zealand honours. And he's doing well. A good start there. To his right is Chen from Singapore in lane 4, doing also very well. And then it looks like 2 other athletes.
Yeah, Ang of Singapore is there as well. He looks as though he might have the lead.
Yeah.
Dunbar of Australia on his right. So it looks like Ang and Dunbar, but also Chamberlain.
And it's going to shape up a little bit like the last race. we're going to get our 4, but our 5th placing can be anywhere.
Oh, some changes, eh?
Yeah, you've just got to keep it going. And look at that, John, that these lads aren't letting up. You can't tell me any of those boys are taking it easy. Coming down here in lane 3, that was a good kick from our New Zealand athlete, Chamberlain, from Ottawa.
Ang of Singapore will take this from Dunbar of Australia. And will Chamberlain get up for 3rd? He will indeed, ahead of Monk of the Ottawa Club. Like what you see, eh? There's some good stuff out there. Yeah. And these are semi-finals. People, of course, jockeying for position, making sure they get through to the final where they have another go to make their mark at these national championships. The NZCT sponsored New Zealand and Oceania Canoe Sprint Championships and Asia Pacific here at Karapiro.
Gosh, we're rocketing through them now. 340. That was the second and final heat of the under 18 men's K1. Now, what have we got here? A semi-final of the under 14 men, so only one semi-final again, John. So no doubt in these guys' semi-final, some guys would have gone straight through to the final in their heats. So these guys are going to make up a 9-lane final. So a lot of pride on the line here. And I've seen it before. You can have the winner in the eventual final coming out through the semi-final. They just had a bad race in their heats, maybe a bit of nerves. And they come good. Another race does them well. So lane 1, we've got Hunter Lee from Karapiro. Lane 2, Sam Cameron from Bay of Plenty. Lane 3, Rory Orman from North Shore. Brooklyn Taylor from Waitara in lane 4. Braden Ferguson from Karapiro in lane 5. Nathan Eloff from Mana in lane 6. Felix Thomas from Mana in lane 7. Noah Elmiger from North Shore in lane 8. I was talking to Noah's dad just at the break. I won't say what he said, poor old Noah. And then Troy Worcester from Bay of Plenty out there in 9. So a good, nice, clean start. Imagine having your dad as your coach. I mean, that quite often happens, of course. I mean, our own Lisa Carrington had her dad coaching her when I first met her. Long, many years ago now in Rotorua. With the great Ian Ferguson.
Yep. Ferguson name lives on, doesn't it?
Yeah. Crystal Ball had said to Lisa there, you know what, I think you might do well.
Yeah. Just move away from Tarafati, you won't get anywhere there. Yeah. Here we see now, this is again out in that centre lane, lane 4, Brooklyn Taylor of Waitara. This is the under 14, the semi-final, which will see some progress to the grand final. They're well spread out here, so an opportunity for someone to move up over the last half of this race.
And it looks like lane 4, John, Brooklyn Taylor from Waitara. A big squall just went through there, big wind squall.
On his right, that's Braden Ferguson, but the orange boat out there looks as though it's starting to make a bit of a move. That's Felix Thomas of Mana. So there's three in a line for second place. That's what we're seeing at the moment, isn't it? 1, 2, and lane 3 is Rory Orman of North Shore.
Almost coming up to 4 on a line for second place here down the inside running. We always seem to forget about this lane 1. Are they sneaking on up here? Ooh, just a wee support stroke there. But looking at the other orange boat over there in lane 7, that's Felix Thomas from Mana. Might just have just slowing down here. No need. I've got this up. This is young Brooklyn from Waitara. Coming through here now, lane 3. Gosh, I would have given that to lane 7 20 metres ago.
Yeah.
Now it's lane 3, and now it's back to lane 7 again.
It is. Yep, 7, 3 and 5.
Yeah.
So Brooklyn Taylor from Waitara wins that semi-final of the 14 and under men's K1 500.
Well done, men. Look at number 2 here, lane 2, not giving up, good effort, and even out there, lane 8, not giving up. This is what pleases the coaches. And nothing be worse than the drive home, you know, thinking, what if I had done this, or what if I had done that?
Yeah.
You know, you want to go home on Sunday knowing that you've left everything on the tank. And you can go to school on Monday for one day, and then you get another day off. If you're good.
So you go to school on Wednesday, having attended school 2 days in April. So the women's K2 500 now, this is open. North Shore have 2 crews in here, Bay of Plenty, Poverty Bay, Ottawa and Australia. The North Shore group in lane 6, the North Shore combination is Alicia Hoskin and Tara Vaughan. Both members of last year's World Championship team, and of course Hoskin has featured prominently over recent years. In particular, Vaughan also of late.
So open woman, just scrolling quickly through those names.
I don't think there's any athletes down there yet, is there? I love this. We catch up time. We're 7 minutes ahead of time, everyone. So if you want to get home early, just keep on heading down to the start.
We don't want to get ahead too much on time, because guys get their race warm-ups and everything to a T, and all of a sudden if they go, hey, all of a sudden, get on the water. But hey, I've got 7 minutes to spare. No, get on the water.
And that's exactly right. They want to use that. They plan for it.
Yeah. So being a little early is just as bad as being a little bit late.
So while there's no racing, it does give those warming up or warming down a chance to bite down the side of the course, because the wash will have gone by the time the next race starts. So just a breather for a moment, and then we'll be back with that women's K2 500 first of 2 heats.
If somebody goes and calls the brigade, I'll already be too far away. I bought a map and I plan the escape. I dyed my hair, changed my name. You should have seen this from the start. When you could have been honest, you could have been smart. Yeah, we might have touched, we might have kissed. Darling, I'm sorry, it's not enough to convince. I saw you out, it was 0 degrees, and you had your hands right under the sleeves. And you said you don't get cold, you lied. Now I'ma set your house on fire. Running, I'm running back to your place with the gas, and I'm letting you go up in flames. Now I know you're not at home, you lied. Now I'ma set your house on fire. Now I'ma set your house on fire. You lied. Now I'ma set your house on fire. You can look around, but you won't find her. She'll be out of town with the getaway driver. That's the way it feels when the flames get higher. Now I'ma set your house on fire.
I never thought I'd be your type. On my mind, the kind of love I can't describe. You got me running, oh no, away from our history, oh no, and through the darkness, oh no, oh I can see you in me. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's going over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Faith, remember how we were back then. I get fake emotions I can't comprehend. You got me running, oh no, away from our history, oh no, and through the darkness, oh no, oh I can see you in me, oh no. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. Do what makes you feel alive. You can drive all night, drive all night. 'Cause the road's going over again, right till the morning, right till the end. When you find a love that's right, you can drive all night, drive all night. You and me history, I'm running from the rest of my life. Through the darkness, I see your eyes on me.
So another good, great start here for what race are we here?
We're on this one here, the Open Women's K2 500.
That's right, event 73, right in front of me, John.
Yeah, and you just started listening to the music and got sidetracked. So lane 3, it's North Shore, Birmingham and Tate. Richardson and Scott of Bay of Plenty are on their right, but leading at the moment is Robertson and Brownlee of Poverty Bay, and leading well.
Yeah, I think they've got this one sewn up. So this is Heat 1, Poverty Bay. Looks like they've really jumped out there. Let's get this over and done with. Lane 6, Hoskin, North Shore.
So, what have we got?
Two crew.
Oh, well, I was just trying to work that. 3, 4, 5. Well, that's got to be Hoskin and Vaughan there, doesn't it? North Shore in lane 6. Yes, it is. Absolutely. I thought we can't have it. I couldn't imagine that the Poverty Bay combination getting away that well against this classy opposition. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews. We're missing one. So Australia in 8, are they there? Yes, they are. Over on the far side, finishing second. But this is Alicia Hoskin and Tara Vaughan, and that's very smooth, as you'd expect from an experienced international combination. Vaughan, of course, was away with Hoskin at the World Championships last year. So they finished first, the Australians, in second place.
4, John.
Yeah.
So the crew of Bay of Plenty, crew of Richardson and Scott, did not start.
So lane 3, second, North Shore Canoe Club. And then Ottawa and Poverty Bay.
Right, now I can't file that.
I saw you filed it.
And into the second heat of the open woman.
So North Shore's Olivia Brett and Samalulu Clifton will start in lane 3. So they'll go out as the threat to the Australians, McBennett and Raywood. Mana with Hurley and Emma Kemp. Advising that Emma Kemp's actually in the under-23 team to the World Championship. She'll be contesting the K1 1000. So Kemp is with Hurley from Mana in lane 4. Saunders and Lawson, Karapiro in lane 5. Then McBennett and Raywood, Australia. And Waitara has Lucy Mataheri and Julia Padrut. So some promising New Zealand competitors and some who are already in the been in the eye of the selectors.
Good clean start there, John, from this final heat of the Open Women's K2 500. All 5 crews have turned up. So, as John said, there's no athletes in lanes 1 and 2, but North Shore, Brett and Clifton, gosh, they've got out there. And I'd so far, even early in the stages of the race, I'd give that to them. They are looking very, very strong indeed. And maybe over there, on their right hand side, is the Waitara pairing of Mataheri and Padrut.
Well, that's a combination. As a combination, they'll be representing New Zealand at the under-23 World Championships in Italy. That's Mataheri and Padrut. There'll be a combination on the K2 500 there. Olivia Brett, of course, at the World Champs and in the New Zealand team as well, with Samalulu Clifton in lane 3. So you'd hope that those two are out there, and they are. So Brett and Clifton in lane 3, and up at the top in lane 7 it's Mataheri and Padrut.
And I think they might just be coming through now, John, as they've come into the last 200. Gosh, they are a strong pairing. So they're bookending this, and I think it's going to be the Australian lane 6. But also, don't forget, we've got our 1000 specialist, Emma Kemp. She's probably only just warming up now. Could do with another 10K, he's probably thinking, Emma. But no doubt about it, that's going to be lane 7. Congratulations, Mataheri, Padrut from Waitara, racing well. And on down here on the inside, lane 3, that's North Shore. Well done, ladies. And just getting up is the Australian pair, lane 6, McBennett and Raywood. And
Kemp and Hurley were 4th there from Mana. Good racing. Nice to see those two prominent New Zealand crews doing well in this second heat of the K2 500.
Right, the last final for the day, and then we're going to drift on into 5 semi-finals. So the last final, come down, cheer your team on. It's the Open Men's K4 500. This will be the fastest craft on the water you will see this weekend. So no crew in lane 1. We've got North Shore, Riza Gilbertson. We haven't seen his name. Another great athlete. Nataki Clancy, all right, in lane 2. Firkins, Moles, Brown and Laver in lane 3 from Hawke's Bay, Ottawa. Matlow, McCullum, McGibbon and Duffy.
I think it's Scott Martlew, isn't it, who's
Yeah.
a para-athlete, yeah, that's
yeah,
great.
I think he strokes the boat.
Yeah,
Lane 6, Australia. Good to see. They're not going to let these guys. Oh no, I forget. Lane 5, Canoe Racing New Zealand. So we've got Firkins, Emery, Lagarth, and Brown. And then Australia. Egar, Clues, Morris, and Spencer. And then in North Shore, we've got Cam, Bull, Easterhausen, and Prado.
gee, there's some names there.
Are there.
Yeah, they are. So that North Shore combination starting in 2 with one of the Gilbertsons, but Casey Nataki, so we've been impressed with what he's done today. He's in that New Zealand under-23 team, and so too is Grant Clancy.
Yeah.
So a couple of our up-and-comers looking to impress here again. The Tom Duffy in the Arawa crew, he's in the under-23, Tom McGibbon, I'm sorry, is in the under-23 team as well. The gold medalists last year were Max Brown and that crew, Lagarth, Emery and Firkins. So, we've got some very prominent athletes out here today in this race.
So then North Shore, as you said, we've got Gilbertson, Kalani Gilbertson and Ashton Reiser.
Yep.
All New Zealand, in the New Zealand squad.
Yeah, Reiser was at the Worlds last year as well. That's cool.
So they will be looking across to lane 5, and I just think there might be a sneaky little break length going on here, being a final, and it's these guys' last race of the day, looking at what's coming up, all age group. Maybe some of them might be going into the 21 and under.
Yep.
But most of them, I think, will be leaving it out with your teammates out there on the water. So.
And that Arawa team is not bad either, and wow, lots of splash down there as they leave the starting pontoon, the final of the men's K4 500.
Oh, and it's lane 3, it's a third crew in, and that is the Ottawa crew. Gosh, they got a great start, and on there, Canoe Racing New Zealand, Brown, Lagarth, Emery and Firkins. And that was Australia in lane 6, just dropping behind now, but it's that white boat. The Canoe Racing New Zealand representatives, Brown, Lagarth, Emery and Firkins from lane 5. They've stolen a march on everybody else. And they are looking very strong.
Well, you can't imagine them coming back from there. That's brilliant. The other 4 of the other 5 are in the line. So that's a battle for second and third here. And it is a battle too.
Lane, yeah, the closest ones here, North Shore. They're not going to let them get away with it. Big kicks coming home now. There goes North Shore. They're going to hold on. Bit of pride on the line here, coming through. There's guys in the third spot there, Ottawa. But North Shore, looks like North Shore might just get up for second here. Ottawa's just North Shore. Oh, it's going to be close. Well done to the New Zealand rep team. Good racing through the line. So 3 New Zealand crews, Australia in the 4th, and over there in lane 7, the other North Shore club. Well done, team.
So that's that gold medalist from last year retaining their title. Brown, Lagarth, Emery and Firkins convincingly out of lane 5. Then a great battle, but Reiser, Gilbertson, Nataki and Clancy, we think, got in for second out of lane 2. And then in lane 4, the Arawa Canoe Club of Martlew, McCallum, McGibbon and Duffy. And in 4th place, Hawke's Bay, Firkins, Moles, Brown and Laver. Good stuff, great race, fast as you said it would be.
I think, in all honesty, lane 2 North Shore, I mean, they've got the 4 club mates there, and with all due respect, lane 5, they're a composite team. They've got some guys from all around New Zealand to make that up, so big ups to North Shore there. You're stuck with them, but you can't take it away. Very fast starting from lane 5. Well done, that's our last final for today. We're going to move on into some more age grouping. Event 76, the under 18 women's K1 500, 2 semi-finals due to go, 4 minutes time. There we got there, John. So we got Hey, I love it. 9 lanes, absolutely filled up. Livia Brooks from Ottawa. She's in lane 1. Leah McCullum, Ottawa in lane 2. Chloe Young from Singapore in lane 3. Nanami Torihara from Japan. Torihara from Japan. Alicia Bailey, Australia. Gosh, another sprinkling of internationals, haven't we? Isla Joyce from Ottawa in lane 6.